hello and hello and hello once again, one and all. We return once more for another episode of Night of the Kamaitachi Rebirth, or Kamaitachi no Yoru Saise, as it's properly, unlocalizedly known. Status screen looks scary. Oh goodness me, Weeb, do you not, Weeb, Atome, do you have a preferred name, actually? I would appreciate knowing that sooner rather than later, but as I was saying, Weeb, Atome, do you not know about this game? It is a... I'm fine with Atome. Atome it is, thank you, Fang. Do you not know about this game? It is a rather important... I don't know this game at all. Oh, this is going to be very interesting. Kamaitachi no Yoru was originally released for the Super Famicom, that is the Japanese Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Way back at the very dawn of the... Okay, not at the dawn, you know, the PC-88 had been out for a very long time by this point, but... It's a pretty foundational title in the Japanese adventure game franchise. It has been cited as a direct inspiration by many creators, Ryukishio 7, who incidentally also did work on this remake, Kotaro Chikoshi, the creator of Zero Escape and I, the Somnium Files. It is a visual novel. This remake is a visual novel. Actually, it's a fairly interesting story. The original SNES version was not really a visual novel because it did not possess character graphics. It was just photographic backgrounds and text. It didn't really have any music either, just ambient sound. It was a very unique title for the time. Oh, this is by Spike Chun. Yes, this was by originally a pre-merger Chunsoft. And it was written by Abiko Takemaru, who is a very influential mystery novelist as well. His debut novel, The Eight Mansion Murders, has also gotten an English release. I must play a Atome game. Well, you don't say. I'm not very familiar with other visual novel titles. You know, there are some interesting sounding ultimate mystery games I'm familiar with. No. Focus on the present, focus on the present. Anyway, we've gotten 2 streams of this under our belts already, but not while anyone present here was present, and I don't believe anyone who wasn't here, who was here is present now, so... I suppose we could just go in the start and see if we've unlocked anything new. Yes. Since there are new people in chat, before we begin, I do feel obligated to warn you all. I have tagged this in our stream tags, but I mean ever since they disabled our actual discoverability features, not that I'm bitter or anything, they will basically stop looking at them, so I do feel the need to warn you all. Yes, Otome, this is a murder mystery game, and it is a particularly gruesome one. So if you are sensitive to blood, corpse with open eyes, people getting their bits chopped off, anything like that, I will not be upset if you have to dump out for any reason during our playthrough. As I said in our pre-chat, it is very hot outside, and that is wreaking havoc on the corpses too, so... I mean, Dr. Madoi, do you already know who the killer is? Yes, I should bring this up. I have never played this specific game before. But, as I have said, this is a remake of a very important, very influential title. So just through general cultural osmosis, we'll say right now, I know who done it, and I know how they done the first It. I have not played the game, I do not know all of the details, but I know those important bits. And I will try to avoid spoiling it. I will try to talk you through what I think my thought process would be as we were going in. But do know that I am approaching this from the perspective of, okay, this is the culprit, and I probably know who done it. So that said, let's start a new game. See if we can't get a less bad ending. After getting the hang of snowplowing, I finally made it to the bottom of the slope, and stopped for a much-needed breather. Mari, meanwhile, whooshed effortlessly to a stop in front of me. Her fancy footwork kicking up a tidal wave of white powder. But Dr. Midori wishes this was the actual weather outside. Honestly, yes, I love it when it... Well, okay, no, I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Snow is very bad weather to be solving murders in, because everyone and their grandma has some fancy, clever plot to manipulate time of death with freezing or wood leaving footprints, and let me tell you, it's probably the busiest time of year for me. But also I am sweating like a hog right now, so I would appreciate it if the temperature would go down a bit. My goggles were now covered with snow. I couldn't see shit, Captain. Fun fact number 2 in the original game, and I believe all remakes prior to this one, protagonist did not have a fixed name. Warm weather's probably extra often since you had to be wearing your lab coat, and that's also part of it. Protagonist Kun did not have a fixed name, as I was saying. You had to input your own. He was basically intended to be a self-insert. But since we have a full voice cast now, they decided to just cut the middleman, take the modern-day Final Fantasy approach, and just make everybody have names. So now we're Toru. Last name still unknown. Mari's laughter rang out through the wintry air. I peeled off my now useless goggles and began brushing the snow from my jacket. Chunk. Toru Midori, I'll give him that last name. Isn't that the approach they sort of took in Kunio-kun games? I feel like Kishimoto, is that the guy's name, said that in an interview once. If Mr. Suzuki is playing, then the protagonist is Riki Suzuki. If it's Mr. Yamashita, then his name is Riki Yamashita. That sort of approach. I mean, it's as good as we're gonna get, I guess. Midori is a rather uncommon name, though. I got bullied a lot in high school. I'll feel bad for the kid now. You would think that, wouldn't you? Mari took off her goggles and flashed me a grin. Man, that smile. I hadn't seen those pearly whites for a few hours now, but they were like the sun peeking out from behind the clouds. That smile. That's how it all started. That damned smile. Don't worry, Doctor, those days are way past you, and thank God for it. I'm glad my series started when it did. Can you imagine if I wound up like Hajime Kindaichi, or Kondogawa, or the protagonist from QED, whose name I can't remember like right now, and I was stuck being a teenager for the rest of my life? One shot to think. I couldn't help staring at her for a while. Okay, I do still have mouth capture turned off. I don't know why I keep, like, feeling the need to for that, but I do. Ari's long black hair contrasted beautifully against her pure white ski suits. She'd been the center of everyone's attention as she glided down even the toughest of slopes with practiced ease. I was sure they must have been dying to know if there was a beautiful face hiding behind those ski goggles of hers. I mean, it was just the sort of thing you did at a ski resort. Ogle girls who you can't see any exposed skin of. It's the most normal thing in the world, don't you know? If that were true, I thought. If that were true, then I doubted anyone had been left disappointed by the big reveal. Mari had practically grown up in snow country. I mean, we can't stop now, this is ski country, so even though I'd been discouraged before by how much better she was at this stuff than me, I now felt only pride. Not only did I know what her face was like under those goggles, but I could also attest to what gorgeous curves waited under that bulky ski suit of hers. Jeez, indeed, Otome. I mean, she skis to ski, what do you want from him? There was more than a touch of exhaustion in my voice. Can we get him murdered next? I mean, I kinda already did. After a long day spent earning my stripes on the slopes, I could barely stand upright. Yeah, you might have saw it if you saw my, my going live soon tweet. Like a ski pulse straight through the jugular, it was horrifying. Mari clasped her hands in front of her, begging me. Yep. You don't want to mess with clouds, they'll kick your ass from here to New Brunswick. I pointed to the sky overhead. It was still there, right where I'd left it. I hadn't been lying. The sun, which had been going in and out of the clouds all day, was now completely hidden. The sky was dark and foreboding. And that's one wallop of a snowstorm. Mari frowned. Getting very tired of this. Hello, Dragonic. Hello, An. Thank you both for showing up today. I wish you had had better timing. We're starting a new playthrough. So I hope you enjoy these scenes again, because I'm kind of already committed. We both piled into the four-wheel drive SUV we'd borrowed from Mari's Uncle Kobayashi. Mari and I had met at college that April. But it was only this past fall, through a combination of bravery and sheer bullheadedness, that I was able to convince her to go on a few dates with me. No matter how much I pressed, however, I could never get a clear sense of how she felt about me. It quickly started to feel like a one-sided relationship. That could be a pretty late trick, hide the stream's game capture, commit murder, then turn it back when it's done. You know, I've been thinking for a while now. Don't you think it would be interesting to see a murder mystery story based entirely around VTubers? Like maybe a VTuber is accused of murder but they have an alibi because they were on stream at the time. But of course we couldn't actually see them. So do we know that they were actually on stream in the location they said they were? All we saw was a model wiggling back and forth a bit. You could do some interesting things with it if you were a better writer than me. I could play recorded footage as a stream. Nah, that's obvious. That's the obvious trick, weeb. Yo, frickin' weeaboo. You'd have to have them, like, responding to chat and stuff, you know. Really make him work for it. Anyway. So when Mari suddenly asked if I wanted to go on an overnight ski trip with her, you could have knocked me over with a feather. She had told me her uncle, Jiro Kobayashi, ran a ski lodge out in Shinshu. It was a bit far from the slopes, however, and that slight inconvenience meant there were never that many guests, even during the high season. As a result, Mom was able to invite me to stay there with her at a discounted rate. I'd said yes, of course. And yesterday, December 21st, we'd arrived in Shinshu. By the time we got back to the lodge, the sun had already set, and it was starting to snow. I believe this photograph is of the same ski lodge that they used for the first game all the way back in the Super Famicom, but it is a new photo. The lighting is different and it's significantly higher def. Spur Lodge, as it was called, was run by Kobayashi and his wife. It was a charming little mountain hideaway that combined log cabin styling with appealingly bright decor. The lodge's menu had a distinct international flair. Its pigeon cuisine didn't just cross borders, it straight up ignored them. Regardless, the food there was endlessly diverse, and always satisfying. And far from being deserted, the lodge had already been featured in several travel magazines and was growing steadily more popular. Business is slow, so I'll let you stay for cheap. So Kobayashi had claimed, but as soon as we'd arrived yesterday, I realized he'd only said that so we wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Naturally, or more like tragically, Mari and I had been placed in separate rooms. On returning to the lodge, I had first choice. See, last few videos, we've already seen A and B. We decided to go to our rooms to change, we decided to change them in one of our rooms to chat. But C seems kind of like a skip to, like, next event option. Not sure if I want to do that when I know there's new people in chat. It wouldn't be the most polite thing I've ever done. I think... if we meet at the lounge by the entrance, I think we wouldn't be polite. If we just go sleep, I'm afraid they'll just treat that like an... Okay, clearly you already know what you're doing, we'll just skip ahead to after you've met everybody. And you haven't met everybody, so that would put you at a disadvantage for actually trying to disentangle the game. I don't need to disentangle the game, I've already told you. Sometimes you're just that tired. No can do. No can do what? Come on now, child. Complete sentences. Tired, does that mean you're okay with it? Or... because, like, I don't have any trouble with it. We can go back and talk to the folks, yeah. Why not? I mean, if you insist. I was so wiped out that I decided to nap until dinner. I went up to my room and collapsed onto my bed, still fully dressed. Mari came by to wake me. I felt like I'd hardly slept at all, but what could I do? Yeah, that's the feeling. I headed down to the dining room. And yeah, just as I expected, I just skipped that entire scene. Are the sheets dirty? Almost certainly. And if they weren't before, he is now. He didn't change, and he specifically said the last scene his clothes are absolutely dripping wet with melted snow. But hey, that's the help's problem now. Silverware had been carefully laid out at each of the dining room tables. The three girls from earlier and that Kayama couple, you know, the people we didn't see, were already seated. Mari quickly found us an empty table and I joined her there. There was a large Christmas tree-shaped candle burning at the center of our table. Its flickering flame outlined Mari's features reddish light as she gazed out the window. And now we get to choose our specific flavor of flirting. Alright, I believe we've done B, C, and D across previous videos, so I'll just go with A. Get the 100% completion out of the way now so we don't have to do all the dangling end bits later. That's my approach. And Ribatome has discovered the Aurora Dream. Yeah. That was footage from behind the scenes of, I believe, Godzilla Final Wars. It's not on the game and it's not really relevant to anything, but I thought it was cute, so I donated to redeem. Anyway. Yeah, right, as if I could really pull that off. I thought it would make you roar ferociously. Do I sound like I have that sort of energy left in me? Instead, I just gawked at her. Hunger getting to your brain? I mean, Toru. Hey! I wouldn't knock the brain sugar. Some of us go through quite a bit. That's why I live on cookies and snacks instead of real food. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Go! Why, you little? Mari's own Kyoko, assisted by Midori the part-timer, brought the dishes out to the table. The lodge guests I knew of so far were me, Mari, the three girls, and the couple who just arrived. I thought that was it, but it seemed there was another guest. Someone who looked very out of place in a ski lodge like this. This guy. Oh, chunk. A curious man in a coat sat in the far corner of the room, doing his best to blend into the wall behind him. Even though we were eating, he was still wearing a hat and jacket, along with a pair of conspicuously dark sunglasses. He looks like someone the doctor would hate, a cocky detective. Oh my god, you're right, he does! I knew this guy rubbed me the wrong way, but I honestly hadn't considered that. The popped collar, the hat, the cool shades, my god. It's uncanny. I've worked with this guy before. Sure didn't look like a skier. Not a salesman here on business, either. Yakuza. Was my first thought. Alright, if we're trying to stick to the picking options we haven't done yet. I believe A is again the one we haven't done yet. I wondered aloud. But the more I thought it over, the less credible it seemed that a Yakuza would come to a ski lodge by himself. In fact, as I watched him quietly sipping his soup with a fork like a total weirdo, I started to think he might actually turn out to be a nice guy. All appearances to the contrary. Maybe he was just too shy to take off his sunglasses. Or perhaps they were special prescription lenses and he was planning on going straight to the slopes after dinner. Anyway, I forgot all about it the instant our food arrived. Mari took one sip of her soup with an involuntary squeal of delight. It was an Italian dish called minestrone, and it was overflowing with freshly diced vegetables. The soup was hot and delicious. It warmed me right up from the inside. Oh, they should be showing us the soup. Yeah, I know, right? Why is anime food always drawn so well? I want to see the Shokugeki minestrone. Haven't eaten yet, that might actually be a bad idea. The dishes that followed were equally impressive, both in flavor and quantity. I could hear all the other guests practically sighing with delight. The Kobayashi'd probably be successful running this place as just a restaurant, I thought. In fact, that Yakuza guy or the latecomer couple, they might have come here for the food alone. I asked Mari about it during after-dinner coffee. Given that she's the only character I know this early in the story, I'll guess Mari would be the killer. Well, you're not the first person to theorize that. I should point out, Mari is not supposed to be the only character you know this early in the story. We missed out on a big "this is the other people staying at the lodge" scene by turning early. I'll try to give you the crash course once other people start showing up. Yeah, Uncle Kobayashi has a surprisingly complicated backstory, and it's setting off alarm bells in my head. So that's why you didn't want to take the night. I thought I explained that pretty directly. Oh? I was impressed. Yep, Uncle Kobayashi used to be a salaryman, originally wanted to be a chef, and I didn't mention in this version of the scene, but in another route we found out that between those two phases, he also spent time being a monk. He's a very complicated figure. I'm forced to assume all of that's going to come up or they wouldn't have said it all. Yes. Yes, this same grandfather who owned a lot of the mountains I just talked about was previously a mountain monk, or possibly still a mountain monk, before he died. And Uncle Kobayashi was originally going to follow in his footsteps, but the older brother took over the temple and he just couldn't. He didn't have being a monk in him, you know? Do you think you could be a mountain monk, Doctor? Absolutely not. Not under any circumstances. For one, I don't believe. For two, I am very easily distracted. I don't think I could focus on chanting sutras for basically any length of time, really. Yeah, no, I can barely focus on a single case at a time, let me tell you. I started to feel a little inadequate. Imagine you'd have to get very focused on your work. It's less focused and more varied. I was relieved to hear I hadn't fallen for someone of a much higher social standing than me. As the other guests finished their meals, they began to filter out of the dining room. The time on my digital watch read 7:55 p.m.
さてと、じゃあナイターに行こうか。
And with that outlandish suggestion, Mari got up from her chair.
冗談だろ。こんな吹雪じゃナイターなんてやってないんじゃない？
Time is probably important, I'll make sure to take notes. I mean, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm not gonna stop ya. No, you can't go out there, there's a whiteout blizzard outside. Besides, I thought, my body was still a wreck from earlier. Yes, Toru's body is a temple, in fact that it is crumbling and ancient.
天気予報を聞いてる限りじゃナイターどころじゃなさそうよ。
Alright, characters we haven't met. This is Midori. She's one of the part-timers working at the lodge under Kobayashi. Midori, still wearing her apron, chimed in from the sidelines.
当分ここから出ない方が安全みたい。
Midori Shinozaki. Part-time employee at the lodge, age... indeterminate. I guess she was probably in her 20s, but sometimes she looked like a high school girl, and other times more like a middle-aged housewife. I figured she probably spent all her free time out on the slopes because her face and hair were completely burned. She looked almost like a surfer chick.
そんなに激しいんですか？
I was half relieved and half worried. Okay, so what you're saying... Description suspicious makes it sound like she could have multiple identities. Multiple identities, that's certainly a theory. Not really sure how you would work something like that in a closed circle. And like this is obviously going to wind up being a closed circle, that's not a spoiler. We're at a snowy, isolated lodge, there's a blizzard going on outside. All they need to do is snip the phone lines. Seen it a million times before, and it never stops being fun.
予報じゃ近年にない大雪になるかもしれないって言ってるよ。
And here's our other part-timer, Toshio. Another part-time lodge worker, man by the name of Toshio Kubota, joined our conversation. Toshio was a self-proclaimed 6th-year college student. He loved skiing so much that, according to him anyway, he chose to keep working here rather than finish out his required credits. Toshio was nearly 6 feet tall with a jockish build well suited to skiing. Or just about any other sport you could imagine. If he's too friendly, he's suspicious. Otome, I'm going to tell you this right now because I'm going to try to avoid going down this route for the sake of new content. Toshio is on at least one route the designated so suspicious you'd have to be a fool to actually suspect him. Suspect. I'm almost certain he is not the culprit, because they went out of his way to make sure he didn't have an alibi. Alone among the cast in that regard. So I advise adjusting your theories. And when it came to Snowburn, he was more than Midori's equal. I'll end up suspecting everyone anyway. I mean, that's probably the correct option. And for whatever reason, I'm not self-conscious around guys like him. Especially when my girlfriend was standing right beside me. I carefully gauged Mari's reaction. Her eyes didn't seem sparkling with lust, nor did she try to act like she was trying to be still her beating heart. Well, that was a relief.
ここに閉じ込められて飢え死になんてことないでしょうね。
Toshio laughed at my suggestion, waving his hand dismissively.
それは大丈夫。町から離れてるからね。食料だけはいつも十分用意してるんだ。缶詰なんかも合わせれば、この人数だと3週間は腹いっぱい食わせられるよ。
Alright, so we're not going to die of starvation, which means the culprit is going to have to act personally. I'll trust the doctor and leave Toshio alone. You know, tell me, you're the only person who ever calls me doctor. Couldn't even imagine being stuck here for that long. Everyone else calls me Mitsuda or Mitsu. I remember Gaeta called me Dr. Midori like the first day we met, but it took all of 12 hours for her to demote me to just Midori. I mean, I didn't spend an indeterminate amount of time at Evil Medical School to be called a doctor. To be called Mr. Thank you very much. Besides, aren't you a doctor? Yeah, I am, and I would appreciate a little more respect for thank you, outside world. Honestly, I think just because you're a side character, they can treat you with just absolute garbage. Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. I kind of think of it, being trapped in a ski lodge with Mari might not be so bad. I glanced over at her as I entertained certain thoughts.
どうかした？
いや別に。
Toshio continued on with a hint of regret in his voice.
3週間ってのは大げさだけど、明日滑るのは無理かもしれないね。まあ、学校は休みなんだし、1日2日滞在が伸びたって構わないんだろう。
そうね。おじさん次第ね。事情が事情なんだから余分に止めてくれるかもしれないわね。ねえ、トールはいいんでしょ
Alright, over the last few playthroughs, we did manage to get all 3 of these options down, so I don't really have anything to motivate me to pick one or the other. I suppose A would make sense if we were trying to keep Oda within a specific character. I don't know if that's going to take us down a different path or not, but I haven't seen that many branching opportunities, and I know this game has, like, almost 50 endings. So I suppose it's as good a lead we've got as any.
ああ、もちろん。
I smiled at her. I actually had a part-time job to worry about, but opportunities like this didn't come along that often, so there was no way I could turn her down. Besides, who knew what might have happened? Doctor, you played the original release. Did not play myself, but... No, I have not played the original release. I know the broad strokes of what happened, but I never sat down and played the whole thing. As I was pondering this turn of events, I heard a commotion out in the hall. Myra and I got up and went over to investigate. The 3 girls from earlier. I was wondering who was the first person you suggested when you first played this. That's not really... That's not really an applicable concept in my case. As I've said, this game has been famous for far longer than it has been available in English, so I never really got the chance to sit down and think about it unspoiled that way. The 3 girls from earlier were gathered around the front desk, and they were all shouting at Kobayashi.
ちょっと
Here's Uncle
落ち着いて話
Kobayashi.
してください。一体何があったんです？
Alright, this is Uncle Kobayashi. He's the guy who owns this lodge we are all in. I hope it is still fun for you, though. I mean, it's fun sharing, if nothing else. That's the whole reason I started this channel. I don't think mysteries get enough attention in the world nowadays. That's why I make a point to keep at least 1 mystery game in stream rotation at all times. He's not a man, I'm sure he's not a killer. Oh, ho, my child, what happened to suspecting everybody? You think this is the oldest guy I've ever had to arrest for murder? You fool.
だから今部屋に戻ったら床にこんなものが
Alright, these 3 girls, Kanako, Aki, and Kyoko, I think her name is. 100% sure Ji-san didn't do it. Okay, whatever helps you sleep at night. These are 3 office ladies who are staying here as a group together. They are not really distinct characters. I don't think they've split up a single time across every playthrough. And honestly, they don't really have a lot going for them. I kind of get the impression they're just extra bodies to fill out the cast count. But enough of that, because they found something. The long-haired girl trembled as she held out a scrap of paper to Kobayashi. Also, for some reason, the narrator keeps stating that Kyoko was really fat, even though... I mean, look at her. Strangers together, I imagine one of them would die first. Maybe. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. From where I stood, I could see something written on it in red marker. Tonight at midnight, someone will die.
今夜12時誰かが死ぬ
As I read the note aloud, everyone gasped it in unison. It took a few moments for Kobayashi to respond.
誰かのいたずらでしょう。
That's always everybody's first assumption, and I've never understood why. Come on, you live in Mystery World, you know it's not gonna work out that way. You know, if everyone stays together at midnight, I'm sure no one will die. But what if it's a slow-acting poison and it's been administered already? That's a possibility.
悪趣味ね。
Mari frowned. Indeed, as practical jokes went, this one was in shockingly poor taste. Assuming it was a joke at all.
でも誰かが私たちの部屋に入ってこれを置いていったんですよ。気持ち悪くてあそこじゃ眠れないわ。
Who is the cook? Kobayashi-san is the cook. They mentioned that earlier during the dinner section. Kobayashi does all of the cooking in this place himself. His wife cannot cook to save her life. And the part-timers are just part-timers. They have other stuff to do. Kaneko looked like she was about to burst into tears.
床に落ちてたんなら、ドアの下の隙間から差し込んだんじゃないですか？鍵はかけていらしたんでしょ？
The girls all gave Kobayashi blank stares.
そっか。中に入らなくてもいいんだ。
Yep, the girls are noted throughout the game for their incredible brain power. Apparently, the thought had even occurred to her.
でもやっぱり気持ち悪い。
It was Aki, the girl with glasses, who said this.
なんならお部屋を変えましょうか。
She's also wearing a beret.
幸い空き部屋もありますから。
I don't think Mari has a motive. Does Part-Timer have a motive? Does anyone have a motive at this stage? What would we even be looking for at this point?
その部屋にもテレビついてます？
Keiko, not Kyoko, that's your name. I always forget that. Yeah, there's enough people going on here that I sometimes have a hard time distinguishing people's names. Kobayashi shook his head apologetically.
すいません。うちは客室には基本的にテレビは置いてないんです。2部屋だけ置いてある部屋があるんですが、それが今お泊まりの部屋なんですよ。
Yeah, you can tell this is originally a game from the 80s because people aren't carrying around, you know, multiple devices with screens in their pockets at any given moment.
もう一部屋は？
Really pitched a a big old rock through the window of a lot of mystery writers, but some of us have thrived very well, I must say.
あいにく塞がってます。ですから、テレビをご覧になるんでしたら、今のお部屋で我慢していただくしか。
Avoid getting murdered, catch my soaps, avoid getting murdered. Room with the TV it
どう
is.
する？
The three girls began to talk amongst themselves.
私、やっぱり気持ち悪い。テレビは我慢しようか。私見たいテレビがあるの。
This game was released nowadays. We'd be arguing about having access to Wi-Fi. Do you have the Wi-Fi password? Oh yeah, it's Kamaitachi, but all of the I's are ones. And the first A is capitalized. Keiko selfishly refused to budge.
テレビなんかいいでしょ。何しに来てんのよ、あんたは。私たちはスキーしに来たのよ、スキーに。
Key. Kanako was getting annoyed.
わかってるけど、でも今日は見逃せないの。相方、シーズン14の最終回なんだもん。
So they use a different word for partners, but Aibo, which also translates to partners, is an extremely long-running Japanese, cop show, sort of like a Japanese Law and Order CSI. I don't know if that was an intentional reference or not. I don't know enough about Japanese to know how closely related those words are. I'd never seen it, but it was apparently a TV show about a comedy duo. It's not about a comedy duo, so that is a point against my hypothesis. In the end, the girls relented and went back to their original room. It had just been a silly prank after all, and it wasn't worth changing rooms over. This phone over here on the wall is constantly making the Pogger's face, and it bothers me very much.
でも、誰がこんないたずらするかしら。子供は止まってないし。
Mari gave me a devilish look.
もしかして、トールじゃないの？
I couldn't believe she was saying. Kobayashi stared at me in astonishment. Alright. Mari's being suspicious. Alright, do we wanna... I kinda wanna keep going with the, straight A's route, just for consistency's sake.
冗談じゃないよ。なんで僕がよく知りもしない彼女たちにそんなことを。
Shocked, I proclaimed my innocence.
そうよね。いくらトールでもこんなことしないわよね。
I wasn't thrilled with how she phrased it, but I'd take whatever I could get. See, look at it, look at it. It's got two eyes. It's got two eyes. I'm not crazy. You will see it too, right? And it's got a big old mouth that's going, oh. Anyway, that's really annoying, so I'm gonna go pick it up. Just send the phone to the front desk and to
シュプ
ring.
ールです。
Shoot. We sat down on a sofa in the now empty lounge, overhearing bits of Kobayashi's conversation without even meaning to. It wasn't our fault, though. He was a loud talker, and his voice carried all the way to where we were seated.
ああ、三木本様ですか。夕食はあいにく終わりましたが、お部屋は取ってございます。はい。はい。駅のあたりですか。そこからですと、車で3、40分はかかると思いますが、しかも今雪の方が相当ひどくなってますから。
今頃来る人がいるみたいね。 雪で遅れたのかしら。
Mari whispered to me.
きっとそうだよ。迷って遭難てなことにならなきゃいいけどね。
そうですか。では、お待ちしております。
Sure, there's one person who isn't here yet. Just as Kobayashi hung up the phone, the middle-aged Osakan man from earlier came down the stairs.
テレビつけても構わんか。
This is Kayama. He is, as he said, an Osakan. He is a company president. And he's very loud and boisterous. Where did the cocky detective go? I'm pretty sure he's still just in his room. The man seemed friendly enough. He will die. The company president? Yeah, presidents? Bet he's done corrupt things. Yeah, I see. I see you too are a scholar of the arts. Yes, this is just about the most stereotypical first victim we could possibly find.
ええ、どうぞ。
Kayama grabbed the remote from the coffee table and turned on the TV. Snippets of brain-dead shows flashed across the screen as he started flipping through channels.
あかん、どこもやってへん。もうちょっと待たなしゃあないかな。
He clicked off the TV, then turned to us.
君ら、今日の終わりね聞いてへんかな。
は？終わりね。
First, he'll probably show he has a short temper. Then he'll get a few drinks in him and start making cryptic references to something terrible he did in the past that won't really tell us anything useful. Then he'll start making fun of everybody and make everyone uncomfortable. Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen this 11 times, as a matter of fact.
株価や株価。ここどいなかやからな。勇敢があらへんねや。こんなことやったらラジオ持ってくるんやった。
But first, stonks.
加山さん、仕事のことは忘れるって約束でしょ？
Kobayashi admonished him from the front desk.
おお、小林くん。別に仕事やないんや。毎日見てるさかい、見んと気持ち悪いっちゅうだけでな。
奥さんはどうしたんですか？結婚してから仕事で旅行の一つもしたことない。一遍くらい夫婦水入らずで旅行するのもええかもしれん。そうおっしゃったのは加山さんでしょ？
Yes, Mrs. Kayama is also here somewhere. There's a way of just kind of spontaneously manifesting mid-scene without announcing her presence, and it really surprises me. At this point, Kobayashi realized we were watching him and stopped talking.
まあ一応紹介しとこうか。加山さん、この子は私の姪でマリと言います。こっちは義理の甥になるかもしれないトールくん。
Nephew? In-law?
やだおじさん、勝手に決めないでよ。
No, I thought to myself, decide away, please.
そうか、君の姪御さんか。それにしてはべっぴんやな。
Geez, Twitch makes Tifflins take so long to come in. Yeah, Actually, that's a thing I've noticed too. Thank you, hydrate, but they're not giving me stuff. Actually, that's a thing I've noticed sometimes. I notice I get less channel points when I'm actually actively watching. Compared to... like, if I'm just, like, lurking while I do something else and I leave it open in a separate tab. I don't know if that's an intentional breakage on Twitch's, like, an actual, like, breakage on Twitch's part. It's very likely. Given what a colossal shitshow this website is. Oh, whatever. You're gonna redeem a hydrate? Fine. This one's free. There, I did the thing. Is it good enough for you? been up to an hour, so you got a drink. Yeah, right, alright, I gotcha. Anyway, considering, he almost seemed to be undressing her with his eyes. Maybe not. Perhaps I was imagining
加
things.
山さんは私が前の仕事をしている頃お世話になったんだ。大阪で社長をされている。
こんにちは。
よろしく。
よろしくお願いします。
しかしなんやな、立派なペンションやないか。ああ、わしも今まで脱サラしてうどん屋の蕎麦屋の始めよった人間知っとるけど、こんなしっかりやっとんな初めて見たわ。あんたら学生さんか？
Kayama turned his attention to me.
はい。
おじさん見習っときや。この人は立派な人や。ところで君、就職はもう決まったん
That's
かい？
what suddenly gave me 300 points. I think that's like a streak redeem. If you watch like the same channel streams 2 streams in a row, you get a bonus, but it always takes a very long time to register for some reason. Anyway, congratulations on the 3 points.
いえ、まだ僕は。
まだか。まだやったらうちこんか。うっちゃええで。うちは実力主義やさかいな。2年目の人間が10年目より多け給料もろたり平気でしよる。
He was practically shouting by this point.
はあ、しかし。
その代わり力のないやつはいつまでたっても給料上がらへん。で、うちこんか。
I couldn't tell if he was being serious or not. Alright. This sounds like a big choice. Do we want to go to work for probable first victim or not? Certainly sounds like a bit of a jump to make, just directly out of the starting gate. One must wonder. I'm gonna keep the streak going.
まだ先の話なんで。
Can we go all the way? Graduation's a long way off. I gave him a non-committal reply. But Kama hadn't seemed to hear a word I said.
今不況や言うて騒いどるやろ。うちはな、そんなもん関係あらへん。実力のあるもんしか雇ってへんからや。うちは実力主義やさかいな。どや、うちこんか。
Kayama and Mari both looked at me with smiles on their faces, though for very different reasons.
そうですね。考えておきます。
Anything to get me out of this conversation.
そもそもうちの会社がなんで不況に強いか。それはやな。
He was never going to shut up, was he?
ご迷惑ですよ、あなた。
Oh, hey, you're here now. I heard a woman's soft voice. When I turned, I saw the beautiful woman from earlier, the one I'd assumed was Kayama's wife. She was standing at the bottom of the stairs.
困ってらっしゃるじゃありませんか。
She'd seemed an odd pairing with Kayama from a distance, but up close, the woman looked even younger than I'd originally guessed. To all appearances, Mrs. Kayama was in her mid-30s, which would make her a dozen years younger than her husband. At least.
女房の春子や。こっちは小林くんの姪御さんとそのフィアンセやそうや。
Public sentiment continued to go in my favor. Meyer seemed to have lost the will to even argue at the point anymore.
どうも。
Hi, domo.
こんにちは。
Hanuka graced us with a smile, then sat down beside her husband.
おいしいお食事でしたわ。
お世辞じゃないでしょうね。
Despite his protests, Kobayashi seemed secretly pleased by all the praise.
お世辞だなんてとんでもない。本当に素敵でした。
奥さんにそう言っていただけると自信がつきます。
You know, despite stating that she looks like she's in her 30s, they drew her like she's much older than that. I mean, none of these characters have any wrinkles is the thing. I mean, look at Kobayashi here. He's got cheekbones, and he's got this little mark on his forehead. Got a few crow's feet, but like, his face over here, his jaw, his neck's smooth as a baby's bottom. That really throws off just the way everybody looks. I mean, honestly, I would have pegged her as being like about that, maybe a bit younger. Geez, got a room you two, if we're speaking in, like, real-world terms. Oh boy, the cycle continues. Kayama made a point of interrupting the pair's love fest.
ええ。じゃあ、君たちも飲むか?
Kobayashi tried to smooth over any lingering tensions. Maya and I looked at each other and nodded.
じゃあ、ちょっとだけ。
She held her thumb and forefinger a short distance apart. As for me, I'm going to take the option that results in the least words. Because I want to get to the bodies of the stream again. Same here. I opted for moderation. Kobayashi disappeared into the kitchen at the back of the dining room. Oh my god, something just exploded. Suddenly, I heard the sound of something heavy falling outside the window.
何か落ちたよ。
Maria laughed as I jumped in fright.
屋根の雪が落ちただけよ。
なんだ雪か。
Snow, huh? Never seen it before, what's it like? Well, that was certainly anticlimactic. But was it really snow? As I stared suspiciously into the darkness beyond the window, I noticed lights flickering in the distance. Headlights. As they got closer, I was able to hear a motor as well. Alright, now children, can you flex your deductive muscles and see if you can figure out what's happening here? There were no other houses in the area, so this was most likely the late arriving guest. But how could he possibly have gotten here? Did he ride a horse? Did he pilot a helicopter? Sure enough, the noise went around to the back of the lodge and came to a stop there. Eventually, I heard footsteps at the front porch, then the sound of the door swinging open. And this place is so bourgeois they were able to use an entire wind chime as their door alert. A man's voice echoed through the lodge.
三木本さんですね。ようこそいらっしゃいました。
Alright, here is, I believe, our last person of interest, unless I'm forgetting someone. Kobayashi rushed out from the dining room. The large man took off his shoes at the entryway and stepped inside. Kobayashi quickly placed a few beers at our table, then hurried off to the front desk.
いや、一時はどうなることかと思いました。ワイパーはまるで役に立たないし、車はスタックするし。
There's so many people in here I already fear lost after. Wait, no, I forgot. We still haven't met Kobayashi's wife. We've heard her mentioned a few times. So let's see, there's us, Mari. 3 girls makes 5, Kobayashi and his wife, Kayama and his wife, the Yakuza-looking detective. And Mikimoto here. Is that everybody? Did I forget anybody? I think that makes 11 people. Just like in the hit manga, they were 11. We're at 14 to 15 people. I think you might have overcounted. Asmari, Kobayashi, wife, Kayama wife. 1, 2, 3, this guy. I don't know, maybe 12... Maybe 12 or 13 people? I think I forgot to count the... I think I forgot to count the part-time workers last count. Yeah, well... Look, whatever the case, eventually that number is going to go down, so don't get too caught up in the specifics. Mikimoto continued talking as he registered at the front desk. The name Mikimoto was synonymous with the pearl industry, but the man standing before us was about the furthest thing from it. He looked more like a grizzly mountain man, with a beard to match.
夕食は終わりましたんですが、おにぎり程度のものならご用意できます。お作りしましょうか。
Oh boy, we can get onigiri. Kobayashi looked at his guest inquiringly.
ああ、いえ。途中でいろいろパクつきましたから、お腹は空いてません。何かあったかい飲み物でもいただけると嬉しいんですが。
コーヒーとか紅茶みたいなものがよろしいですか。スープもできますが。
Unfortunately, Mikimoto is not a playable character, so we do not get to make our decision.
それじゃあ、紅茶をください。
じゃあ、お部屋にお持ちしましょうか。それともそこの談話室で。
あ、そこで結構です。
Mikimoto glanced my way and nodded hello.
そうですか。じゃあ、これが鍵です。荷物を置いたら、また降りてきてください。
Taking the key from Kobayashi, Mikimoto grabbed his bags and headed upstairs. Natamura, would you pick coffee or tea? This comes as a surprise to most people when I tell it for the first time, but I actually hate coffee. It's just dark and bitter, and all the places around here serve it at temperatures that are not fit for human consumption. So I'd pick tea 100 times out of 100. Taking the key from Kobayashi, Mikimoto grabbed his bags and headed upstairs. The cuckoo clock chimed once. It was 8:30 p.m. What are your favorite teas? I am not the sort of, cash-influxed person who can afford to be super picky and go out and buy all sorts of expensive brand-name teas, but I appreciate, good Earl Grey now and again. Get some chamomile and I'm having trouble sleeping. And green tea. I'm a big fan of green teas, also. They're extremely good for you, too. It was 8:30 p.m.
ああ、ごめん。勝手に飲んでてくれていいよ。
With that, Kobayashi returned to the dining room once more.
ほな、お言葉に甘えてお先に飲まさせてもらおうか。
Kaiba, Mari, and I all picked up our glasses. Kanpai! After a quick clink, I brought the glass to my lips. You could tell this is a very old visual novel that sort of set trends before they were made, because our protagonist is actually old enough to drink. As for Kayama's wife, Haruko either wouldn't or couldn't drink, so she couldn't join in for our host.
こういう寒い時に部屋の中をあったこうして冷たいビール飲むんが最高の贅沢や。そう思わんか?
Kayama grinned. If we could see just like a record of all the decisions we made up to this point, it would just say, ah. And I find that amusing.
そうですね。
PBF is probably meant to reflect the target audience. I mean, I don't know, Detective Conan is a murder mystery story with a A protagonist trapped in the body of a 6-year-old, and it's been running for about as long as I've been alive. I was in complete agreement. The man had a point, after all. A beer enjoyed in a toasty room during a snowstorm tastes way different than one you might have in the dog days of summer.
どうもこんばんは。
I heard the sound of loud footsteps coming down the stairs. Mikimoto had returned.
ありゃ、皆さんはビールですか？参っちゃうな。ここに凍えかけた人間がいるってのに。
Alright, Mikimoto. Time to introduce yourself proper, like. Mikimoto seemed the friendly sort. He laughed out loud at his predicament, then sat down next to Mare.
ああ、三木本さん。もう降りていらしたんですか？紅茶は今入れてますから。
Kobayashi returned with a couple more beers. However, right as he finished speaking, his wife Kyoko, there you are. I frequently forget you and Kai and my wife are separate people. And their employee Midori arrived with a teapot and a cup.
ハルコさんはビールダメでしたね。紅茶はいかがですか？あとミシシッピマッドケーキというのもありますけど、美味しいですよ。
I kinda want a Mississippi mud cake. So Chad, I heard you like mud cakes. Anyway, Haruko considered Kyoko's offer for a moment, and nodded. Maybe the part-timer is actually their child. I mean, that's certainly a theory. Not sure how it would affect any of the dynamics going on right now. But then again, we don't really have any dynamics that matter to the case yet.
じゃあいただきます。
ああ、生き返るみたいだ。
Mikimoto gratefully sipped from his cup of hot tea, pausing every so often to blow on it a bit. When someone has a beard, it's usually hard to pin down how old they are. It was no different for Mikimoto. From his voice and the way he carried himself, I had him pegged for his mid-30s. Not quite middle-aged yet, I thought. But shave off that beard and I wouldn't have been surprised to discover he was the same age as me and Mari. So around 20 or so. Oh, his beard must be fake. It is... It is a rather ratty-looking beard.
泊まり客はこれで全部ですか？
You and your unshaven lip caterpillar. Invest in some Barbasol, you dirty hippie. Mikimoto took a break from his tea to look around the room.
いえ、あとまだ4人ほどいらっしゃいますよ。
Kobayashi was happy to explain.
そうだ、篠崎くん。彼女たちもお茶が欲しいかもしれない。ちょっと聞いてみてくれないか。
はい。
Midori's slippers made a flapping sound as she headed off towards the front desk.
男の方はどうされます？ちょっと怖い感じの。
She glanced back at her boss. I assume she's referring to the man from dinner. The one who'd reminded me of a Yakuza.
ああ、田中さんか。一応聞いてみてくれ。
Mr. Tanaka? First name presumably Taro.
私やだな。
嫌ならいいよ。人付き合いの良さそうなタイプでもなかったし。
よかった。
Midori dialed the extension for the girl's room.
オーナー、飲みたいそうです。今からこっちへ来るって。
Yeah, Mr. Maybe a Yakuza, maybe a detective is just kinda keeping to himself for a moment. Which, I mean, is totally respectable. She hollered over to us as she hung up the phone.
もう ちょっと丁寧な言葉遣いができんものかな。
Kobayashi gave a strained laugh. I didn't comment.
じゃあ私はもう3人分用意してきますね。
Kyoko disappeared into the kitchen, tray in hand.
いやー、ここはえらくサービスがいいんですね。
Mikimoto shook his head in admiration.
いや、とにかく人をもてなすのが好きで始めたわけですから。
Kobayashi seemed embarrassed by the compliment. The three girls hurried down the stairs.
こんばんは。
And here they come. Still completely joined at the hip. I have yet to be convinced that they are in fact separate people.
ちょっと、かなこ、押さないでよ。まだテレビ見たかったのに。
An instant later, the room was alive with the sound of chatter.
いい香り。
Alright, it's just tea, you don't need to get that excited.
前、失礼します。だからかなこ、押さないでってば。
As our little gathering increased in numbers, people started sitting on the stairs. Even so, the lounge sofas still felt crowded. As all this was happening, Kyoko brought in some more cups of tea.
としおくんにも声をかけたんですけどね。テレビを見てるらしくて、今はいらないそうです。いただきます。
Man, everybody's watching lots of TV today. Must be a real hot topic. All three girls sipped from their teacups in unison. The cuckoo clock chimed the hour. Everyone turned to look. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It was 9 p.m. As the clockwork bird fell silent, the sound of the howling wind seemed louder than ever. All the windows rattled in their wooden frames, the heavy panes of glass threatening to shatter at any moment. It's not midnight yet. That is, in fact, a factual statement. Yes, thank you for playing it, Tomei.
なだれなんか起きないわよね。
That is correct. You've won the $1 million question. Thank you for playing. Yeah. How much time's passed all even? Yeah, no, not really. Kaki, the girl in glasses, I have to keep reminding you of this because they don't really have much else to distinguish them, seemed worried by the prospect.
やだ、縁起でもないこと言わないでよ。それでなくてもあんなことがあって気持ち悪いのに。
Kanako was about to say something else, then gasped and covered her mouth. But the damage was already done.
あんなことって何かあったの？
Mikimoto asked this nonchalantly. I figured I'd field this one for her. We're just chatting about getting snowed in. Something's going to die tonight. So do we... If that's the case, then should we withhold the information about the note from him? Try to bait him into... I don't know, potentially making a mistake later? Cause that's a very useful trip. Trip, trap, trunk. Truncate the investigation. I'm gonna do it.
閉じ込められて飢え死になんてって言ってたんです。
Yeah, just normal person talk.
まさかそれはないでしょう。
Mikimoto gave a great big belly laugh. Kanako immediately looked at Mikimoto.
僕は泊まり客です。
I hope I've been able to cover for Kanako's faux pas. Mikimoto continued on.
遅れたもんで夕食には間に合いませんでしたが、一応自己紹介しとこうかな。若い女性もたくさんいることだし。
Okay, come back soon, Tomei. I'm gonna keep on trucking for the sake of the VOD. Mikimoto put down his cup of tea and adopted a slightly more formal tone.
僕は三木本陽介。フリーのカメラマンをやってる。風景写真が主だけど、ヌードを撮ってほしいという人がいれば、遠慮なく言ってくれればいいよ。
She laughed as if he'd been only joking. Maybe.
やだ、ヌードだって。
The girls gleefully proclaimed their shock.
恥ずかしがることないじゃないか。確かに今はみんな肌だって張りがあって綺麗だけど、そのうち年を取った時に、あの綺麗な頃の写真を撮っておけばよかったってきっとそう思うようになるよ。
I looked over at Mari. Her face registered only disgust. Thank God.
かなちゃん、撮ってもらえば？
Keiko was poking Kanako in the ribs with her elbow.
やだ、自信ないもの。
She shook her head no, but her eyes told a different story. As we all know, when a woman says no, it doesn't always mean no. Frickin' 80s games, swear to God.
なんや今のはガラスの割れた音みたいやったけど。
Oh God, Atoma, you picked the exact wrongest possible moment to dip out. Honestly, I'm not sure what either of these options actually do. We can, however, change text color, that's also an option. And of course, that was designed the Japanese text, so it appears to not be working. Is display on, sprite color correction on, show help on, BGM title display. Aha, the irony of it all. Kinda do want to turn that on, actually. Okay, well. Nah, I've been thinking the sounds have been alright. Only skip previously read text, skip all text. Those are two different buttons. Kayama gave a surprised grunt.
私ちょっと見てきます。
Kobayashi jumped to his feet and hurried down the hallway. The festive atmosphere had vanished in an instant. A few moments later, Kobayashi returned with Toshio, who'd finally emerged from his room. Toshio. It's so unsuspicious how suspicious they're trying to make you look. Isn't it absolutely incredible? You know, they mentioned when he first appeared during his character introduction that he's like 6 feet tall. Oh, Mitsu, honey, I thought you died. What's up? You know, they mentioned it when Toshio was first getting introduced that he's like north of 6 feet. Is that that's like a really important detail. But looking at here, he's like barely half an inch taller. Kobayashi-san. Is Kobayashi-san supposed to be very tall? Or is this setup just not to scale? Like a Transformer or an Eva? Because I don't know which of those options I could make more jokes out of.
1階には異常はないみたいだ。すみませんが皆さん、ご自分の部屋の窓が割れてないかどうか確かめてきていただけませんか。放っておいたら冷凍庫になってしまいますのでね。
Yeah, that is one thing about this game I've been noticing. Snow is a thing that comes up a lot in murder mystery stories, as I'd said previously. Otame, you're back, hello. You kinda... I stalled as best I could, but you kinda picked a bad place to dip out on. Mikimoto finished introducing himself. Apparently his first name is Yosuke, and apparently he's a photographer. And then right as soon as he finished, we heard glass breaking. So that's a bit of an event. Alright, there's nothing on the first floor. So Kobayashi has grabbed Toshio. And we're gonna go address that issue. Now, as I was saying, this is a thing we're probably going to see more as the game progresses. But even though we've seen... How do I put this? In mystery fiction generally, snow is a big issue in terms of, like, physical usage. Like footprints. Or temperature control. This game really leans really hard on just how cold it all is. It's a very dramatic atmospheric moment, and we get a lot of really good moments out of it, so look forward to that. But anyway, that sounded bad, alright. We stood up as a group and headed to the second floor. First thing I did when we got upstairs was to check my room. I opened my door and took a quick look around, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Goodness gracious me, Walter, hello! Why aren't I popular today? Hello, all raiders. If there's anyone here who still doesn't know me, my name is Mitsu Midoi. I'm a forensic scientist from the world of mystery novels, and our current stream title is Kamaitachi no Yoru, an extremely influential mystery story. We've just begun to get to the mysterious spooky bits when we heard the sound of a window breaking. So please feel free to play along, why don't you? Well, again, friend, good luck with the game and have a nice stream. Thank you, Walter. It's a pleasure seeing you. But just to be sure, I went inside, confirmed that my windows were shut tight, then went back out to the hallway, leaving my dirty sheets to continue to gather mold. Mari, the Kayamas, Mikimoto, and the three girls all emerged from their rooms as well. You didn't need to be a mind reader to know they hadn't found anything. Their faces already told the whole story. After checking the unoccupied room, Kobayashi joined us in the hallway.
皆さん、異常ありませんでしたか？とすると、あとは一部屋しかないな。
There's only one room we haven't checked. He stared at a closed door. It must have belonged to that Yakuza guy from earlier. Without saying a word, we all gathered around Kobayashi.
そういえばあの脅迫状、もしかしたらあの人が書いたのかもね。
どういう意味？
誰かをその部屋で殺したのかも。
She dropped her voice to a whisper so soft only I could hear it.
まさかそれにまだ9時過ぎだよ。あの脅迫状がいたずらじゃないとしても予告の時間は12時じゃないか。
そうだけどさ、だいたい犯行予告なんてのは捜査陣を惑わすために出すものでしょ。トール、江戸川乱歩とか読んだことあるでしょ。
Excuse me. Yeah, Mari does have a point. Whenever you find a note left before the murder takes place, you have to ask yourself why the culprit bothered writing it to begin with. Mari had a point. Yeah, that's what I just said.
お客様、田中様。
Having steeled himself, Kobayashi walked up to the door and started knocking loudly. He waited a moment. There was no reply. If I listened carefully, I thought I could hear the sound of something being blown about by the wind inside his room.
お客さん。
Kobayashi pounded on the door even harder. Still, no response.
やっぱりここで何かあったみたいですね。
I had to say it. Like him or hate him, he's spitting straight facts. Kobayashi nodded and put his hand on the door. Chunk.
ダメだ。鍵がかかってる。
Would you say it's a locked room associated with a murder of some sort? He hesitated a moment, then pulled out a room key and slid it into the keyhole. I heard the telltale click of the door locking.
失礼します。
Shitsurumasu ka shinde kudasai. Kobayashi said this just in case. But as soon as he started to open the door, we could all tell for ourselves. Something was wrong in there. Very wrong. A gust of Arctic air blasted through the doorway, chilling us all to the bone. From inside the room, there came the sound of flapping curtains and something banging. Over and over again. As soon as Kobayashi let go of the door, the icy wind grabbed hold of it and slammed it back against the wall. I could finally see inside. It was a twin-bed room, just like my own. There were no singles in the lodge, so solo travelers were given twins. What about the girls? Aren't all three of them staying in one room? They also only having 2 beds? And if that's the case, then who's sleeping with who? Snow was blowing in through the open window, flakes whirling through the air like mad. The heavy curtains were flapping so wildly I feared they'd be ripped from their rod at any moment. Snow and shards of glass littered the bed nearest the window, but there was no one in the room.
お客さん、田中さん。
Kobayashi kept shouting for Tanaka as he opened the door to the bathroom just off the entrance. There was a sound from inside the room. I turned in time to see the window, mostly just a battered wooden frame by now, blown back against the outside wall. That's a tiny tub. I think it might just be perspective, but I'm not sure.
窓から出たんじゃないでしょうか。
Maybe they threw him out the window. The window. Second story window.
な
He
ぜ
was a suspicious looking dude, so they threw him out the window. Probably not, though. But we are on the second story. Kobayashi asked the obvious question. It was one I didn't know the answer to. Kobayashi seemed hesitant to step deeper into the room.
調べないんですか。
I nudged Kobayashi forward. He gave a slight nod and carefully proceeded to the other side of the room. Mario and I followed, close behind him, while the other guests peered in from the hallway. His right hand raised to shield his face from the whipping wind and snow, Kobayashi finally reached the window. The moment he did, he froze in shock. Okay, so those are only getting displayed in Japanese. If that's the case, then I don't see the point. Thought maybe we could, get to see some of the jazzier tunes in here, but I guess not. I cautiously approached the innkeeper, then let my gaze follow his. Well, I think we have a body now. It's not exactly properly put together. There was a gap of a couple feet between the bed and the window. On the floor there sat what looked like a pile of mannequin parts. A hand protruded from some black cloth. A pale foot lay haphazardly atop it. And near a bluish-black face, there sat a familiar pair of sunglasses. There's an old children's toy, a push puppet it was called, that had strings running all through its body. When he pushed a button, the puppet went slack and collapsed into a jumble of limbs. I don't think that was his hair color, maybe I'm wrong. I'm fairly certain, I can't go to this CG rewatch from here. But no, I'm pretty sure he did have black hair. They might be throwing off the perspective a little, because it's got snow in it now. I'm pretty sure. No, you know what? This is important. Hold on. Save. Back to title. CG's. Yeah, see, he did have black hair. And this guy does have black hair. This pile of body parts looks just like that. I mean, it used to be one. I was just seeing too many men with the blondish hair in this game. Everybody's really snowburned. Eh? Otome, something happening in your brain? Why cut the hands and feet off like that? So weird. Yes, that is the question, isn't it? Kobayashi cried out, seeming oblivious to the fierce wind and snow circling around him. Mario and I just stood there, silently, our eyes fixed on the grisly tableau as it slowly disappeared beneath a blanket of white. Maybe the character is an artist, and bodies are their canvas. It is all part of a particular vision. Now, realistically speaking, I doubt it. There's one thing I've learned from my vague, nebulous, floating timeline-riddled time as a mystery solver. It is that even the most bizarre thing a cult does is done for a specific reason. You just can't see it yet. Ten minutes later. All the guests and staff at Spur Lodge gathered in the first floor lounge. Everyone, that is, except for the man we'd found dead. The only people who'd seen his body were me, Mario, and Kobayashi. The innkeeper had kept all the others from coming inside the room. The three of us hadn't yet had a chance to share what we'd seen. It was all we could do to sip our tea as we reigned in our panic. Just sipping tea after you find a dead body. The Yakuza-looking guy was chopped into a dozen pieces in his room. But that's none of my business. I think the person with the fake beard was introducing himself while the sound happened, so we could probably clear him from suspicion. Oh, Tome, but that's just the thing. Literally everybody in the lodge was gathered in the same room while that was happening. Except for Toshio. But if there's only one suspect, then there's not actually a mystery, so obviously Tosh can't be the culprit either. I think they're about to get to that, but I want to get it right away.
ねえ、いい加減何があったのか教えてくれてもいいんじゃないの？
Midori complained loudly. I looked over Kobayashi, but he gave no sign of having heard her. They did mention there was one person who'd made it to the lodge. That person is Mikimoto. That's why he arrived when he did. He called on the phone. He said, "Hey, I'm gonna be here in like 30 minutes. I just got off the train station." And then he got in his car and he drove up here.
死んでるんです。あそこでバラバラになって死んでるんです。
Gone. Reduced to atoms. I heard someone gulp nervously.
バラバラって、それどういうこと？
Midori's voice rose sharply. It sounded like she thought this was all some sort of sick joke.
どういうことも何も
Before I knew it, I was nearly shouting.
バラバラなんですよ。首も手も足もみんな切り離されてあそこに落ちてるんです。
One of the girls screamed and started to cry. When I looked over, I saw it was Aki.
田中さんとかいう人なの？
Midori asked me this, in a frightened whisper.
そうだと思います。顔色が全然違うからよくわかんないけど、あの人だったと思います。
His face was all jacked up in some weird non-specific way we can't show. Midori's eyes suddenly narrowed. Dr. Midori, do you think you might be able to stream tomorrow? I don't have a stream scheduled for tomorrow. Tomorrow at about 3 p.m. US Eastern Time. I have scheduled a watch-along on my Discord. We're going to be watching, the second of the Takatezuka Review's Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney musical adaptations. So that's what we have penciled in currently. What ask? Midori's eyes suddenly narrowed.
それってもしかしてよくできた人形なんじゃないの？それもあの脅迫状と一緒でいたずらなんじゃないの？
Yeah, you know, those ultra-realistic dolls, the ultra-realistic dolls, you know, you find, they sell for like $2 a pop Safeway. You know, can't go a day without seeing an ultra-realistic doll nowadays, you know?
人形と人間を間違えたりしませんよ。
I shuddered as I remembered seeing what looked like someone's severed arm, poking out from the pile.
でもさ、映画なんかの特殊技術って最近すごいじゃない？ああいうやつなんじゃないの？
The more she talked, the less confident I felt in what I'd seen.
あれは人間だ。間違いない。血もついてた。
As Kobayashi backed up my claim, Aki cried out once more.
やっぱりあの脅迫状は本当だったのよ。私帰りたい。
How scary.
そういえば、僕聞いたことがあるよ。かまいたちのこと。
For the face was that they could be faking a death. I mean, I don't think they're faking the fact that a death took place. We did in fact see an entire body. Yes, it is rather telling that they specified that the face was jacked up. That's the immediate first assumption when you're supposed to make when you find a body with an unrecognizable face. But anyway, the legend of the Kamaitachi, are you saying we have a sort of Kamaitachi no Yoru, perhaps? Mikimoto licked his lips nervously.
かまいたち
I didn't know what he was talking about.
ああ、知ってるだろう。この辺りでは昔から何もないところで突然服が切り裂かれたり、怪我をしたりすることが知られていたんだ。土地の人たちは鎌を持ったイタチのような生き物の仕業だと考えて、かまいたちと呼んだ。
Mikimoto's voice fell to a whisper as he looked around the room. After a moment, Kobayashi started to snicker.
そのかまいたちのせいで田中さんはバラバラにされたと言うんですか？バカバカしい。
Oh, your Discord server has such a cool name. Aw, thank you. Yasuda, is that you? Which Yasuda might that be, I wonder? Is it the Yasu who is the culprit? Because that would rather drastically complicate our relationship.
それにかまいたちって自然現象なんでしょ？真空状態が発生して切れたりするって聞いたことがあるけど。
Isolated pockets of low pressure. Actually, you're both wrong. Obviously, Kamaitachi are not real, but also, there's no possible way just wind and cold could possibly create the sort of full-on vacuum it would take to straight up tear like human skin. Nature does abhor a vacuum after all. What's actually happening in these cases, this is your science fact for the day, children, is that as the temperature drops drastically, human skin actually begins to dry out and chip and lose elasticity. And as a result, the regular wear and tear of just, flexing or twisting or moving can result in breakage of the skin as a result of tearing. Of course, it couldn't completely dismember a body, regardless of which options we're looking at, so I'm not sure what this has to do with anything. Mikimoto remained unconvinced.
一応そういう説明はなされてる。でも、妖怪か自然現象かわからないが、何かそういったことが起きるのは確かなんだ。
でも切り傷ができたり服が裂けたりするってのは聞いたことがあるけど、人間がバラバラになるとは思えませんが。
Yeah, that would be a problem.
妖怪の仕業なんだとしたら、どんなことだって考えられる。そんな顔をしないでくれ。僕は別に妖怪なんて信じてるわけじゃないからね。
Alright. Mikimoto, what do you say?
考えてみよう。この風の音を聞いてみろよ。これほどの激しい風なら、めったにできないような恐ろしい真空ができたとしても不思議じゃない。そう思わないか。
Wind. Strong enough to shatter window panes, instantly dismembering anyone unlucky enough to be standing in the way. Could such a thing really exist?
プラズマよ。プラズマの仕業だわ。
Of course! He was torn to pieces by a plasma rifle! This is actually a Halo spin-off the whole time. Aki, who'd steadily been looking more and more frightened, suddenly started shouting.
アキ、プラズマって何よ。
Keiko seemed confused.
よくわからないけど、そうに決まってるわ。それだと説明がつくもの。
Clearly. Actually, it explained nothing. But Aki kept nodding her head with complete conviction.
じゃあ、脅迫状はどうなるのよ。あれを書いたのは人間でしょ。
No, that was also plasma. It was a plasma note. It was written somewhere else and then beamed in using a plasma teleportation ray. It all makes sense. I don't know what you're talking about. At mention of the note, Aki looked troubled and started crying all over again.
なあ、さっきから聞いとるけど、脅迫状って一体何のことや？
You're here. Kayama seemed to have reached his limit. Kobayashi looked at me for a moment. Then, probably realizing there was no point in hiding it any longer, he began to explain about the threatening note the girls found.
実はですね。
So here's how it happened. When he was done, everyone sat there in stunned silence for a moment.
そんなことがあったんですか。
Mikimoto was the first to break the hush.
そういうことはちゃんと言うといてもらわんと、からんな。
Kayama sighed.
けど、住んでしもたことはしゃあない。とにかく上にあるのがほんまに死体なんやったら、はよ警察に連絡せなあかんわな。
They think the police are going to help. First time. The police! Such an obvious thing, yet it hadn't occurred to me. What I'd seen in that room had been so shocking, I suppose, that it left me unable to even think straight. Kobayashi, seeming to have the same realization, turned and rushed over to the front desk phone. And whenever we get these, like, really nice close-ups of the phone, it just, like, at least this guy's having a nice day. I don't know about the rest of people. He snatched out the receiver and quickly held it to his ear. But a second later, he began to repeatedly click the phone hook in irritation.
ダメだ。何も音がしない。電話が通じてない。
At least he died happy.
なんやて？
I almost stood up and began to shout.
それは困るで。
多分どこかで電話線が切れたんでしょう。
Kobayashi glared at the silent receiver in his hand. He couldn't use the phone. It took a while for the implications of that fact to really sink in. Without a working phone, we would be able to contact the police until the following day. Unless this blizzard stopped. Even worse, there was no way we could leave. I suddenly burst out laughing.
あ、そうや。わし、携帯電話があるんや。あれを使ったらええわ。
Kobayashi was quick to respond.
無駄ですよ、加山さん。この辺りは電波が届かないんです。携帯電話は使えません。
そうしたら、一体どないしたらええんや。人殺しがこの辺うろついとるっちゅうのに。
You know, I really hope you weren't overpaying for your service coverage, because, man, you are not getting your money's worth if you can't make a call when you really need it. Killer Queen. They've already touched that doorknob. Into this Myrtle thing. Myrtle's alright. Honestly, the nicest thing I can say about it once you've got a few games under your belt, they all sort of blur together. It goes quickly. Killer. That one word left us all feeling suddenly unmoored. We'd been so distracted by the strange state of the body that we'd started yelling about nonsense like plasma and Kamaitachi and no Yoru and Rine Saisei. We'd lost sight of the fact that this was probably a murder. I mean, probably. Anything's possible. No. Perhaps we were deliberately choosing not to think about it. Regardless, there was no way it could have been an accident or suicide. The natural assumption then was that it was murder. Someone had killed Tanaka and dismembered his body. And Kayama was right. Given the blizzard outside, the culprit was probably still somewhere in the vicinity.
この天気で山を降りることはできると思いますか？
Both Kobayashi and Toshio immediately shook their heads.
無理だろ
Toshio was first to answer.
さっき三木本さんがたどり着いたのだって奇跡みたいなもんだよ。歩いて降りたら途中で凍死。車だったら運が良くて立ち往生。運が悪ければ沢に転落しかねない。
Alright, so... walking isn't an option, driving isn't an option, basically coming or going isn't an option, it hasn't been for a while now. I mean, that's perfectly predictable, we all knew that already, really.
じゃあ犯人はこのペンションの中に隠れようとするんじゃないでしょうか。生き延びるためにはそれしかないでしょう。
Everyone gasped. Even Aki, who'd been sobbing this whole time, stopped long enough to let fear register on her face. Toshio stood up, angrily.
じゃあ何か死体をバラバラに切り刻んだようなやつと一晩過ごすことになるってのか冗談じゃない
Alright, so what do we do? Go on the warpath? I love going on the warpath, it's so much easier than thinking.
そらそうや。人殺しがおるかもしれんちゅうのに安心して眠れるわけあらへん。なんとかせな。
Kayama seemed to agree.
なんとかってどうするんです？
What exactly do you suggest we do? Huddle down, order pizza? Kobayashi was at a loss.
そら捕まえるしかないやろ。警察に来てもらえん以上自分らで捕まえなしゃあないやないか。
ちょっと待ってください。
Alright, Wibutome has redeemed a stretch, thank you. Give me 1 second. Oh, I felt breakages in like 3 places. What was that? A right crime. Mikimoto's feeble objection was utterly at odds with his burly appearance.
人を殺してその死体をバラバラにするような凶悪な人殺しですよ。下手に手を出すよりここでみんなでじっとしてた方がよくありませんか？これだけ人数がいればどんな凶悪犯だって手出しはできないでしょうし。
ほんならあんたこのままここでずっと起きとけっちゅうんかいな。寝とる間に皆殺しにされてしまうかもしれんのやで。
Wait, you all sleep? Kayama didn't pull any punches. The 3 girls ended up looking more terrified than ever. I quickly jumped in.
いや、どんなひどいやつでもそこまではしないでしょう。まあ、戸締まりだけはしっかりしておく必要があると思いますけど。
戸締まりちゅうたってもう中に入り込んどったらしゃあないやないかい。
まさか一体いつどこから入ったって言うんです？
Kobayashi seemed so unsettled by the thought that he began to shout.
そんなことはわしが知るかい。じゃけど、現に人一人殺しとるやないか。わしら気づかんうちに入ってきたちゅうことやろ。
でも。
Demo. Kobayashi seemed unsure.
せや、窓が割れとったやろ。窓から入ってきたんとちゃうか。裏手はあんまし除雪しとらんから。2階の窓から入るにもそんなに難しいことないんとちゃうかな。
だとしても犯人はまた窓から外へ逃げたんじゃないですか。だってドアの鍵はかかったままだったし。
Yes, the door was locked and the window only connects to the outside, so where is the culprit now? And who are they considering the alibis? I stated what I thought to be obvious.
そんなことわかるかいな。ここのドアは押しボタン式の鍵やで。入ってきたのは窓でも、その後はドアのボタンを押して閉めたら済むことや。2階の空き部屋に隠れることも、わしらが2階に行っとる前に下に降りることもできたかもしれん。
Okay, I guess that's also an option. Man, that's the lamest door I've ever seen. I think the people with those consistent alibis are probably the 3 office workers. Yeah, I know, they never split up, not for a second. They sleep in the same room, they eat at the same time, they all go to the same place. I'm pretty sure they even go to the bathroom as a unit. I don't think they're actually distinct characters. I think they might be some sort of weird hive mind. Some sort of aliens or something. I don't think I've seen Mari in a bit. Mari's just kind of sitting in the corner doing her own thing. You only had to push the button from the inside to lock it. All the doors in Spur Lodge were like that. The fact that Tanaka's door was locked didn't really mean anything. But then again, we'd checked all the rooms on the 2nd floor. And it was hard to imagine the killer being able to get downstairs without at least one of us catching sight of them in the hallway. See, there she is.
みんな何か武器になるものを持った方がいいんじゃないかしら。
She's not dead. That comes later. I do like this face, though. This face is very good. Mari, who'd been deathly pale and silent up till now, finally spoke. I was shocked to hear her be the one to suggest it.
そら言えてるわ。いざっちゅう時のためやな。
早速用意しよう。
Everyone agreed on a course of action. But of course, there were no actual weapons in a ski lodge like this. In the end, all I managed to scrounge up were some ski poles, a paring knife, and a couple of old mop handles. If they start accusing people, I expect Mari to be the first to say it was us. Man, you try to treat your girl right, and that's how she repays you. We decided the bigger kitchen was more dangerous than they were worth, so we were left with only this meager arsenal. Wasn't much to work with.
何人かでチーム組んで、しらみつぶしに調べるんや。ベッドの下、クローゼットの中、バスタブ、どこに隠れとるかわからへんねやで。
Alright, we're gonna break out into the teams. Alright, me and Mari will be Team Alpha 1. Kayama, you and your wife can be Team Alpha 2. The people who work at the lodge can be Team Beta 17. In time at all, Kayama had taken complete command of the situation. That made sense, I suppose. He was the president of the company, after all. There were 5 men total. Me, Mikimoto, Kobayashi, Toshio, and that was it. While the men searched, the women would stay here and hold down the fort. It felt like we were all going off to war.
気をつけてね。
I will do nothing of the sort. Those 2 words from Mari were enough to give me courage.
どこから手をつけるのがいいかな。
Kobayashi asked this of no one in particular. I said, if we start at the first floor, then after we've confirmed that there's no one here, we can have 5 men, 2 wives, 1, 2, 3. It's 12 characters, not counting the person who died. 7 women. Midori. 2 wives. I only count 6 women. Who am I not thinking of? Mari, right? Right, so 13 people to start with, 12 currently. Anyway, if we start on the first floor, then we can confirm that there's no hiding here, and then set our girl guard in front of the staircase, and we will know the culprit won't sneak off while we're all searching a room. That seemed to plan.
1階から調べましょう。
Let's start with the first floor. I pushed for us to start downstairs. Other than the lounge, the first floor consisted of the following. So please, consider the following. The dining room and kitchen. The staff bedrooms, used mainly by Midori and Toshio. Mr. and Mrs. Kobayashi's private quarters. And a drawing room for wet clothes and ski equipment. We decided to search them one by one. Kobayashi grabbed the knob of the first door, while Mikimoto and I readied our makeshift weapons.
いいか。開けるぞ。
When Mikimoto and I nodded, Kobayashi threw open the door and ducked behind the frame. We charged into the room, our weapons ready. We followed the same procedure with all the rooms, searching each from top to bottom. Mikimoto and I were the only ones to enter. The rationale being that if we all went, someone might be able to sneak down the hall unseen. I wonder if there is an accomplice. I think not. I hope not. Accomplices are kind of cheating, if you ask me. I mean, how would any of the alibis hold up if we could just say that whoever provided the alibi is lying? It just raises too many questions. I was terrified at first, but the more we searched, the braver I felt. The same seemed to hold true for Mikimoto. Before long, he'd got a little of his color back.
どんな奴が出てきても、5人もいれば大丈夫ですよね。
I mean, one of you might die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
そうだよ。5人もいるんだから。
There was no sign of anyone downstairs. That left the second floor. On one hand, being closer to the scene of the crime made it inherently more dangerous. But on the other, we'd all started thinking it less and less probable that the killer was still in the lodge. So unlike at the start of our search, I felt relatively relaxed as we climbed the stairs to the second floor.
わしはこう見えてもな、高校時代は柔道やっとったんや。もし犯人が出てきやったら、一本強いから抑え込んで、グーの根も出んようにしたるわい。
He knows Kung Fu. Kaimachi picked a convenient time to start being brave. I fought back the urge to suggest he take the lead then. Once we were upstairs, we searched each of the guest quarters, just as we had the downstairs room. But we didn't find even a single mouse hiding under a bed. Or in any of the closets for that matter. Not a creature was stirring.
小林君、あのドアは何や？
Kaima pointed to the end of the hallway towards the Danganronpa class trial door,
あれは掃除用具なんかを入れてある物置
or
で
the
す。
broom closet.
人間は隠れられないこともないですが、
Same difference, really. As we approached, we suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from within. We froze in our tracks. Mikimoto looked at me, his eyes wide with fear. Did you hear that? That was the unspoken question on his face. I gulped nervously, then nodded. My palms were sweaty, knees weak, arms were heavy. I tightened the grip on my ski pole already. Thank you for the hydrate redeem. Kobayashi put his hand on the door handle, then looked around at everyone. Is that... Did it just... Okay, my game just crashed. That's highly unfortunate. Are you gonna do the same thing? I really hope you still work. Alright, come on. How long are you gonna last this time? Fortunately, we do have the float art, which does mean... I crashed the game because we were about to get them, of course! Alright, time to get back on the same path. Alright, time to skip wildly. Man, aren't these sorts of QOL features convenient? Alright, if you want to review the case thus far, just remember everything we've seen thus far, but in slow motion. Should have picked option A a lot. That we did. I think after a while I started doing it deliberately just cause... Having our event list? No, it's crashing in the same place again. Cannot allocate memory. What do you want from me, game? What do you want from me? What do you want to do with your life? Right at that moment, there was a loud thud. Alright, this is about where we were. We were just about to open the door, and now we opened the door. It's like poetry, it rhymes. A door swung open, and a black shadow jumped out at us.
猫だ。
Nya.
ありゃジェニーだ。こんなとこにいたのか。
Guys, I think we found the real culprit. Toshio explains to the group.
ジェニ
ここで飼ってる猫だよ。見かけないからどこに行ったのかと思ってたんだ。こんなとこに入り込んでたとはね。
もう他に部屋はないんですか？
I asked Kobayashi this on our way back to the lounge.
あとはワイン蔵だけだけど、あそこは鍵がかかってるからね。
Surely nobody would ever commit murder in a wine cellar. The very thought is unfeasible. I mean, how would that even work? Kobayashi had thought for a moment before answering.
なんや、結局おらんかったっちゅうことか。残念やな。せっかくわしの地獄車をお見舞いしたろ思とったのに。
Kaima blustered his way through yet another boast. Truly, he is the greatest American hero. As usual, the man was all talk and no action. When we got back to the lounge again, we found Kyoko who brewed fresh coffee for everyone.
誰もいなかったのね。
Might be able to guess from the looks on our faces.
結局、外に逃げたっていうことなのかしら。
だろうね。
Yes, truly, the culprit did that thing we already agreed was impossible. Toshio sounded convinced. The other's expressions reflected a curious mix of anxiety and relief. That was only natural, of course. Though he seemed to be in danger for now, we couldn't be sure someone wasn't still lurking in the shadows. If the killer wasn't here right now, they could still come sneaking in during the dead of night. No matter how well we secured the doors, getting in would be as easy as breaking another window. Wait a minute. Something suddenly occurred to me. From the very beginning, we'd assumed the culprit got into the lodge through the broken window. But was that really true? As it happens, I realized there was a person among us who had no alibi. That's right. The one person who hadn't been in the lounge when we heard the window break. And that person was sitting right next to me, savoring a cup of fresh, hot coffee. Toshio. He could have killed Tanaka. I stole a quick glance at him. Just an affable college student who loved skiing. But was that all a front?
お、どうした？
Toshio caught me looking at him.
あ、いや、
I was just thinking about how suspicious you are and how you're probably a remorseless serial killer.
悪い悪い。
Toshio passed the sugar bowl my way.
どうも。
I had no choice but to take it and spoon some sugar into my own coffee. Apparently he'd misunderstood the meaning behind my glance. I mean, I understood this kid as red herring. I mean, it's gotta be a red herring, right? If he is the culprit, there's literally no mystery. Like, we've got one body on our hands, and he's the only person who could have killed it. There'd be no reason for the rest of the game to exist. Could this good-natured college kid really be a cold-blooded killer? No. Regardless of the circumstances, I couldn't imagine Toshio murdering someone and hacking their body into pieces. No, the killer must have escaped outside. That's all there was to it. Just a hardened criminal with zero relationship for anyone here in the lodge. It makes sense for Toru specifically to suspect him because he expresses that he feels threatened by this person. Tanaka, the dead guy, must have been a Yakuza or something after all. And he'd ended up getting murdered by another Yakuza. Or... so I tried to convince myself. Kobayashi suddenly jumped to his feet.
どうかしましたか?
What happened? Everything alright, Chief? You seemed agitated. But if the cat was actually a Yakizakiri? Of course. All the clues are coming together.
外? どうしてですか?
何か痕跡があるかもしれないじゃないか。足跡とかタイヤの跡とか。
Toshio shook his head.
そんなのあったとしたって、この雪じゃとっくに消えてますよ。
そりゃそうだが、殺人犯がここに戻ってくるかもしれんというのに、何もしないでいるわけにもいかんじゃないか。
I mean, I do like the thought of being able to go out and investigate something. Kobayashi could barely contain his concern. Yep, if there's an investigation, I want to be in on it.
僕も一緒に行きます。
I stood up.
加山さんも行きますよね。外で犯人に出くわしたら地獄車をかけてくれるんでしょ?
Come on, Kayama, we need your powers. I could barely keep sarcasm from my voice as I put Kayama on the spot. He stammered in response.
そうやな。けど、外は寒いやろ。わし寒いの苦手なんや。もし見つけたら中に追い込んでくれ。わしのつばめ返しをお見舞いするさかい。
When it came to getting out of doing things, this guy was a regular Houdini. For that matter, I was pretty sure there was no such thing in judo as a screeching eagle throw. I mean, maybe not in the judo you practiced. In the end, it was just me, Kobayashi, Mikimoto, and Toshio venturing outside. And how far it is from midnight? Probably not that far. I doubt it's not even 10:30 yet, we know. We went to our rooms to bundle up, then regrouped at the front door 5 minutes later. We put on our boots, grabbed our weapons, and headed out. The moment we opened the door, we were blasted by fierce snow and razor-like wind. And this noise that sounds kinda like somebody using a sonic weapon in an old 60s or 70s sci-fi piece. It's actually really obnoxious. Can you all hear it alright? I quickly pulled on my hood and tightened the drawstrings. Alright, let's split up, gang. Kobayashi had to shout to be heard over the howling wind. Isn't that noticeable for me? Okay, for reference sake, this is what I'm hearing right now. So if we look to our left, it must be plasma. Of course, the plasma strikes again. The plasma weapon is the solution to all of our problems. We all nodded. The moment we stepped off the front porch, we found ourselves thrust into an icy white hell. We split up into two groups and started trudging through snow that was already up to our knees. Kobayashi shouted admonitions into the air as the other group vanished. But the sound of the storm soon swallowed up his words entirely. Even though I'd cinched my hood and was staring down at the ground, brutal winds still clawed at my face without mercy.
何もこれじゃ何も見えませんよ。
I can't see a thing in this helmet. I braced myself and tried looking straight into the storm, but the swirling wall of white made it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead of me. My fingers wrapped around the ski pole were already starting to freeze. This despite my thick ski gloves.
小林さん、小林さん。
Once I had lost sight of the older man, I started to shout in a panic. But no matter where I looked, it was just snow, snow, and more snow. I couldn't even see the outline of the lodge anymore. Everything was all turned around. Alright, what do we want to do? We're circling around to the right. We stepped out of the lodge. Then we turned right, which should put the building on our right. I think that's the thought process. Makes sense to me. I kept walking towards the right, more or less. And no matter how far I marched, there was no sign I was still headed in the correct direction. Thought you were doing too many A's. I mean, this is a pretty accurate portrayal of what my thought process looks like at all times, so I mean, it's only appropriate.
小林さん、どこですか？
My voice trailed off in fear. My wind-burned cheeks, meanwhile, were starting to go numb. We gotta stay the path. If we just let ourselves get turned around, we're done for. I decided to keep going forward. But no matter how far I walked, all I could see was snow. It felt like sinking into a soft feather bed. Such a strange sensation. Freezing cold, yet also so very warm. If I hadn't heard someone shouting just then, I might have drifted off to sleep. Kobayashi's shouts overcame the roar of wind to reach my drowsy ears. I floundered about in the snow, rolling this way and that until I was finally able to regain my footing. My head felt like it was about to split open. As I looked up, I saw the wall of Spure Lodge coming there before me. I hadn't been attacked after all. No, I'd run headlong into this wall like a total idiot. Even as I cursed my clumsiness, a wave of relief washed over me. I heard the voice calling my name again. I shouted back and started walking along the wall. I noticed the wind wasn't nearly as bad as before. The lodge appeared to be providing me with some much-needed shelter from the storm. Despite that, marching through the snow remained tough work. My hands and feet were going numb from the cold. Not only that, but sweat was starting to trickle down my back, and my breathing was growing labored. I finally arrived at the rear of the building. As I turned the corner, I finally caught sight of Kobayashi's back. I called out his name as I approached. Mikimoto lay sprawled at Kobayashi's feet, and Toshio was struggling to pick him up. From down on the ground, Mikimoto groaned. I could see something red streaming from his temple. Blood.
誰かに殴られたらしい。早く中へ運んで手当てしないと。
Toshio quickly explained the situation.
殴られた。一体誰に？
Even as I asked it, I realized how stupid my question was. It had been Tanaka's killer, of course.
俺が遅れなければ捕まえてやれたのに。
Toshio muttered to himself in frustration.
なんで離れたんだ
I mean, probably the same way we did. Kobayashi didn't seem to be blaming Toshio, though. After all, he and I had also gotten separated from one another. In fact, given the circumstances, it was almost unavoidable. I shielded my face from the wind and took a closer look at the scene. The snow nearest Mikimoto was in disarray. It seemed like there had been a struggle of some sort, but it was hard to tell if there were any footprints. Indeed, the falling snow was covering up our own tracks as soon as we made them.
くそ、犬でもいれば。
I mean, we have a cat. That's kinda like a bloodhound. Except with less blood. And less hound. Or the part-timer girl, because she's the only person who would know to go outside to the skiing, where the skiing gear to go outside safely is, wouldn't it? Wasn't everyone else sitting in the same room together? Wouldn't she have an alibi? Toshio bit his lip in frustration as he glared off into the white void. But Doctor, I am the white void. I am the cold steel. I am the just sword. We don't know what's happening back inside, but we don't know if they do have an alibi. That's... Technically, you're correct, but I feel like we should assume until proven otherwise. But can I be someone who knows the layout of this place, too? That I suppose tracks. Do you mind? Wait. Who in their right mind would try to escape into a blizzard? I was suddenly struck by a horrible realization and a blissful silence. Not ready to see more people die. Corey! Well, you might not. We are going back and redoing some earlier bits. What if there was no one else here on this mountain? What if it was just us? What if there was justice? What if all of these murders were actually committed in the name of righteousness? Could Toshio have been the one who attacked Mikimoto? Maybe he'd lied about getting here too late. Maybe he'd snuck up behind Mikimoto and clubbed him with his mop handle.
とにかく運ぼう
Oh, right, yeah, we should probably do that too. Kobayashi gathered up our makeshift weapons while I grabbed Mikimoto's legs and Toshio lifted him by the shoulders. He was way heavier than I thought he'd be. Could we really manage to carry him back? We had not enough time just walking out here unencumbered. I anxiously tried steering us in the direction I'd just come from.
そっちじゃない
Kobayashi shouted at me. The lodge had a back door, apparently. That was a relief. But still, it was hard to go even a few steps in the deepening snow. Especially while carrying someone as big as the unconscious Mikimoto. We hadn't gone more than 30 feet when my shoulders started to feel like they were going to rip right out of their sockets. Toshio, gritting his teeth, seemed to be in similar straits. Eventually, we came to a halt. Kobayashi rang a bell. Hey, the pizza's here! I couldn't see anything, but I assumed we were at the back door. Hurry, I thought. Hurry and open up already. I waited there anxiously until the door swung open. We looked like a bunch of snowmen by the time we finally dragged ourselves inside. It was lucky that Kobayashi was carrying those carrots on him to complete the effect. Kyoko was standing there, her hand raised to her mouth in shock. That was all Kobayashi could manage to squeeze out between gasps for air. For a moment, Kyoko seemed paralyzed by fear. Then, seeing that Mikimoto was bleeding, she snapped out of it and yelled down the hallway. Midori rushed into the room. Then she and the Kobayashis worked to maneuver Mikimoto all the way to the lodge. Toshio, meanwhile, closed the door we'd just come through. A sweet, blissful silence filled the room. And me? I just lay there on the floor, utterly exhausted.
しかし、なんであいつ襲われたんだろうな。
How does Mikimoto fit into all this? Toshio asked me this once he'd caught his breath.
さあ、犯人と出くわしたんじゃないですか。
But you would know, I thought. Wouldn't you? I fought the urge to confront him directly.
でも、さっきのところ、ちょうど死体のあった部屋の外だっただろう。田中って客を殺した奴が窓から逃げたとしても、それからずっとあそこにいたってのか。氷の彫刻になっちまうぜ。
And as we all know, icicles are murder weapons, not murderers. That was true. But I was no longer willing to trust anything Toshio said.
たまたま何かの理由があって戻ってきたところだったのかもしれませんよ。ほら、犯人は現場に戻るってよく言うじゃないですか。
I blurted out the first thing that came into my head. But much to my surprise, Toshio seems to enthusiastically embrace the suggestion.
それだよ。犯人はあそこに戻ってきたんだよ。何か理由があってな。
Hearing somebody say, of course, and that's gotta be it in the same sentence as, for some reason, feels profoundly wrong. Come on, don't any of you have any sense of professional pride? I know I'm the one who's the professional here and not you, but seriously. Pathetic.
もしかしたら何か証拠を残していったことに気がついて戻ってきたのかもしれん。
Maybe they realized they'd left some evidence behind. Maybe. Of course, you know if that's the case, then we need to go look for it, right? What's Toshio saying? Wasn't he the one who attacked Mikimoto in the first place? Or was the killer still out there? Maybe it was someone other than Toshio. Kobayashi? She'd also had the opportunity to attack Mikimoto. The innkeeper could have hurried off, leaving me alone in the snow, and assaulted the larger man unawares. But even if Kobayashi had attacked Mikimoto, he couldn't have been the one to kill Tanaka. When the murder took place, Kobayashi had been downstairs in the lounge with us. Assuming Toshio wasn't the culprit either, it's possible the killer escaped through the window after all. But this was all just speculation at this point. Once Mikimoto woke, we'd probably be able to clear some things up. Like, for example, who attacked him. And the details of what had happened. Even if Mikimoto hadn't seen the killer's face, he might still be able to provide us with some clues.
とにかく部屋に戻るか。
So tear off his fake beard quick. That might explain quite a bit, I'm sure. Toshio stood up.
どうだい立てるか
He reached out his hand to me.
どうも。
I hesitated for a moment, and took Toshio's hand and let him help me up. We shook hands like a partnered pair of combatants, recognizing one another's worthy opponents. Once I was safely on my feet, he turned and walked off. I waited till he disappeared into his room, then made my way to the lounge. I couldn't bring myself to turn my back on someone who might be the killer. When I arrived at the lounge, I saw that Haruko and Mari were still waiting there.
他の人たちは。
加山さんはトールたちが出て行った後部屋に戻ったわ。何でも携帯電話をもう一度試してみたいとかで。それとかなこさんたちはトイレに行きたいって。
3人一緒に。
Alright, so the Kayama... You're Kayama's wife, not Kobayashi's. So Kayama doesn't have an alibi. The girls all left, but they're still with each other, most likely knowing them, so they should still have an alibi.
あとみどりさんはおじさんたちと一緒に三木本さんを部屋へ連れて行ったわ。
The Kobayashis and Midori, judging by the way Mari's talking, I'm pretty sure they were here the whole time until they took the body. So Kayama's the only one who doesn't have an ally. She's the wife of the president, you're probably meant to tell by her expensive necklace.
Ah.
Okay.
それは知ってるよ。
So our people who don't have an alibi for this crime are Toshio, Kobayashi, and Kayama. The following three people.
ちょっと着替えてくるね。
I'm going to slip into something a bit more comfortable. And then I did. And with that, I headed upstairs.
加山さん。
Once I was in changing my clothes, I stepped out into the hallway and saw Kayama there.
おう君かいなご苦労さんやったな
電話どうでした？
電話おう携帯電話かいなあかんあかんやっぱりあかんわ小林君の言うた通りや
It's a bit strange that you felt the need to check,
そうですか。
since you were told already. Mari and Haruko were still alone in the lounge when I returned. So as the others had their hands full in Mikimoto's room.
よっこいしょ
Dokoisho. Kayama came in and plopped himself down on the sofa. Thinking it'd be too crowded if I joined him there, I found myself a seat on the stairs instead.
それでどないやったんや外の様子はなんや妙なもんでも見つかったんかい
Well, we didn't really get a chance to investigate anything before we found Mikimoto. His head split open like a melon. Kayama, having been in his room this whole time, seemed blissfully unaware of what had happened.
それどころじゃないんです。三木本さんが誰かに襲われたんですよ。
なんやて
What did you say? Someday I should just get in the habit of just having my fingers on my hotkeys. Do 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 do. Supposedly in his supervised had no alibi. Hey, that's what I said. Kayama's eyebrows shot up in surprise.
誰かって誰やねんもう逃げたんかい
ええ、それが誰も見てないんです。三木本さんしか。
Mari and Haruko were listening to our conversation with obvious concern.
それで怪我はひどいんかそれとももう
Kayama couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. Or is he dead?
わかりません。今、小林さんやみどりさんが手当てをしてくれているはずですけど。
まさか、わしらを一人ずつ順番に殺していこうっちゅうわけやないやろな。
And then there were 11. I mean, Kobayashi's not Kobayashi. Kobayashi's not dead of any sort. Mikimoto isn't really dead yet. He's not dead yet. If Kayama did this, I think it is possible he attacked the wrong person. Yeah, I was getting wound up again. If he meant to hit the owner of the lodge. They do have more history together. Women's faces quickly clouded over. Let's start any fights. I couldn't help trembling. I don't think Kayama has anything to do with this. You're probably right, I'll say that much.
トール、香山さんも。
Mari scolded both of us.
めったなこと言わないでください。殺人鬼じゃあるまいし、なんでそんなひどいことを。
But Kayama wasn't backing down.
そやけど、みんな殺しといたら、吹雪が止むのをこの中でのんびり待てるやないか。おまけに警察に通報するやつもおらへんようになるんやから、逃げる方法がってゆっくり考えられるかな。
そんなのってひどすぎる。
I mean, yeah, lady. The fella we're looking for is a Moidra. He stabs people and then they die. He's not exactly a stand-up guy, my home slice. My home slice bread slice. Mari's face was knotted up with fear. As much as I wanted to admit, there was a disturbing logic to what Kayama was suggesting. No matter how you look at it, the killer would have to be suicidal to try escaping in this blizzard. Instead, it made more sense for them to hole up somewhere and wait for one of us to venture outside. Mikimoto may have been targeted for no other reason than that. As far as the killer was concerned, Mikimoto was just a target of opportunity. And so, he ended up getting attacked. Simple as that. I gradually found myself coming around to Kayama's way of thinking. Oh no. He's getting the capitalism! But I didn't want to frighten Mari any more than that, so then she already so I kept my response non-committal.
まだそうと決まったわけじゃないよ。それにたとえそうだとしても僕たちが外へ出ない限り大丈夫さ。なるべく一緒にいて一人にならないようにしていれば。
Alright, let's not split up, gang. It didn't go that well last time. Mari wasn't buying it.
そんなこと言ったって電話は通じないし、外に出ないでどうやって助けを呼ぶの？
とにかく朝まで持ちこたえれば大丈夫さ。あの寒さの中朝まで生きていられるわけがない。
What if Mari is actually the daughter of the company president? She's often near his wife. It's an interesting thought process. I think you're making a bit of a leap just with that much evidence. And I'm not sure what the implication would be.
だったらなおさら死に物狂いで襲ってくるんじゃないの？
I remember Toru said in the beginning that he was glad he didn't have a relationship with someone from a higher social standing, so this could be foreshadowing that she actually is that. Maybe. It's an interesting thought process.
それは
I know they mentioned I don't know in this route, maybe in this route, in a different route they definitely brought it up. Kayama's company isn't super huge, all things considered, and I feel like they look a bit similar. I mean, I feel like all the women in this game look a bit similar, it's just kind of got that art style, you know? All of my attempts to reassure Mari had ended up backfiring on me. Just then, Mr. and Mrs. Kobayashi came down the stairs.
小林さん、どうですか？あの人の具合は。
一応意識は戻った。でも
He's conscious, but his face looked grim. Are things really that bad?
何も見てないそうなんだ。いきなりガツンとやられたらしくてね。
Of course, it couldn't be that easy. Kobayashi's worried look wasn't because of Mikimoto's condition. It's because our victim couldn't identify his attacker.
それで、もう大丈夫なんですか？
He's not dead yet. It's getting better.
どうかな。めまいがすると言ってたから、脳震盪を起こしてる可能性もあるだろうが。
He's not dead now, but he could pass out at any given moment. Then he shook his head.
しかし、それは医者じゃなきゃわからんことだしな。少なくとも頭蓋骨が割れたりなんてことはなさそうだが。
Okay, look, I know I'm a doctor, but I'm not that kind of doctor. Please don't ask me to examine him until after he's dead. Be happy to step in once that happens, though. Mari asked Kobayashi a very strange question.
どの辺って右のこめかみのあたりだが、それがどうかしたか？
Mari began to think aloud.
右のこめかみを後ろから殴られたわけね。ということは犯人は右利きね。
待てよ。後ろからとは限らないよ。
Because if he was, Toshio would once again be my prime suspect. You know, I haven't noticed any mention of any of the culprits, or any of the suspects, I should say. Yeah, I was just thinking, Otome, I didn't notice, across any of my playthroughs thus far, not just this stream, any of our potential suspects doing anything with either hand, so I don't know if anyone here in the lodge is left-handed.
あら、だって犯人を見てないんでしょ？だったら後ろからに決まってるじゃない。
Or even ambidextrous, for that matter.
マリは外の風紀の凄さを知らないからそんなこと言うのさ。顔を上げてるのも大変だし、一歩先だって見えないんだから。
それにしたって前に立ってたら殴られる前に気づくわよ。やっぱり後ろからなんじゃない？
As we were talking, Toshio came over and joined our little group. Flustered by my arrival, I tried to respond to Mari's point.
前じゃなくても横からかもしれないし、上からかもしれないさ。
Maybe the color came from below. Maybe it traveled back in time through the fourth dimension. You don't know, you weren't there. Above? I'd just been shooting from the hip there, but something about that idea set me to thinking. Not having been part of our earlier conversation, Toshio stood under the sofa with an innocent look on his face.
オーナー、三木本さんの怪我の具合は？
素人目には大したことなさそうだが、脳内出血でもしてたら翌朝ぽっくりってなことになりかねんから安心はできんよ。
Yep, if the attack drew blood directly from his brain, he's pretty thoroughly screwed without medical attention. Or possibly with medical attention.
で、犯人の顔は？
見てないそうだ。
We ain't found shit, Captain. Toshio seemed relieved. Or was that just my imagination?
そうか。でも、これから犯人はどんな行動に出るか分かったもんじゃない。みんなできるだけ一緒にいた方が。あれ？
Toshio suddenly stopped mid-sentence and looked around the room.
女の子たちは？緑さんも見えないみたいだけど。
篠崎くんは先に降りてきたと思ったんだが。
Kobayashi seemed puzzled by Midori's absence.
しかし女の子たちもトイレに行っただけにしては遅すぎるな。3人もいるんだからめったなことはないと思うが。
みどりさんは降りてきてないわよ。まだ上にいるんじゃないの？
I think Midori's the part-timer. Yes, Midori is the female part-timer with the severe snowburn. She's probably the culprit because she didn't come downstairs? How do you figure? Mari answered Kobayashi's question. She'd been in the lounge this whole time, so she would know better than anyone.
まだ降りてこない。まさか死体のある部屋に行ったんじゃ。
You don't think she went to the room where the dead body is, do you? As a connoisseur of dead bodies, it bothers me that they keep referring to her, to Tanaka, as a dead body, when he is in fact multiple pieces, not a single contiguous item. She knows the lodge, she knows where the skiing equipment is, she should go outside and come back through a window. I think your timeline might be a bit confused. Midori did not leave the group sitting in the lounge together until after we stumbled back in carrying Mikimoto. For some reason I find his name very different. Until carrying Mikimoto's unconscious body. So she should still have an alibi, like, for that crime. Yeah, I don't know if our log goes back that far. No, it goes back very far. Okay, that's cool. Midori. Midori, get over here quick! Midori rushed into the room, then she and the Kobayashis worked to maneuver Mikimoto all the way inside the lodge. And technically, I don't think anybody said she hasn't split up yet, but it is a capital mistake to theorize ahead of one's data. It biases the judgment.
死体のある部屋？どうしてそんなところへ？
何か気になることがあると言ってたんだ。見るようなもんじゃないからやめとけって止めたんだが。
The only person who split up was the president. They said they stayed in his room. That's my read.
呼んできますよ。
Toshio stood up. I tried not to let it show, but secretly I was in a state of panic. Could I really let him go upstairs by himself? But conversely, I didn't really want to be alone up there with him. What should I do? I wondered.
私が行くわ。彼女たち寝てるのかもしれないし。
As I waffled. Then again, the presence of the cat must be important. I wonder what it could mean. The cat's the real murderer, I'm telling you right now. As I waffled, Mari stepped up and took action. What a relief. And then I quickly found myself on the horns of another dilemma. Should I go with Mari? Or should I stay down here and keep an eye on Toshio? Mari didn't leave me any time for hesitation, however. Before I knew it, she was already on her way upstairs. A horrible thought suddenly occurred to me. The killer might be worried that Mikimoto saw their face during the attack. What if they came back to finish him off? And Mari just happened to end up in the wrong place at the wrong time. She was in terrible danger.
マリ！
どうしたんだ、トール君。
It wasn't until Kobayashi asked his question that I realized I'd leapt to my feet.
いえ、別。
As I debated whether to go check on her, Mari came back down the stairs.
どうした？
それがね、彼女たち、3人だけでいる方がいいっていうのよ。 他の人は誰も信用できないって。
You're right, they have removed themselves from the narrative. Like the absence of characters they are.
どういう意味だ？信用できないってのは。
Kobayashi seemed taken aback. Mari answered him with some difficulty.
つまり私たちの誰かが人殺しかもしれない、そう思ってるらしいの。
Haruko and the Kobayashis were the only ones who appeared shocked by this news. Everyone else had at least entertained the notion, it seems.
バカバカしい。なんで見ず知らずの人間を殺したりするんだ？
Kobayashi almost spat the words into the air.
見ず知らずかどうかなんでわかるんや。
Yeah, we really don't know anything about him. He could be you. He could be. He could even be that book. What is that book? I feel like I've seen that cover before somewhere, but I don't remember it.
川山さん、あなたまさか。
ちゃうちゃう、わしがやったんやないで。
God damn, I thought the case was almost over.
けど君にしろわしにしろ他のもんにしてもあいつと知り合いやなかったっちゅう証拠はないやろ。もしかしたらこん中の誰かはあいつをよう知っとったかもしれん。
Kobayashi backed into a corner, looked at each of us in turn.
君たちもそんな風に考えてたのか？犯人は外に逃げたんじゃなくて、この中に、私たちの中にいるかもしれないなんて考えてたのか？
You don't really mean to say. Do you think that the culprit might be... among us? Anyway, that bit way too much effort on my part. I nodded, trying not to look at Toshio. Kobayashi clearly couldn't bring himself to accept that possibility.
しかしそんなことはありえない。
That's not true. That's impossible! Search your feelings, Kobayashi. You know it to be true.
一体この中の誰にあんなことをする機会があった？人を殺し、あんな風にバラバラにするのに、一体どれくらい時間がかかると思う？
Now here's a question that's been gnawing at me for a while. How long would it take to chop a man into pieces like that? I mean, you gotta dig through all the models. TBH could have been killed long ago, but this is Tanaka we're talking about. Remember, this is Sunglasses Dude. You've been keeping notes on the time, right? I'm pretty sure we all saw him alive at... Saw him alive at dinner, which ended like a few minutes before 8. Maybe killed first, chopped next.
30分もあればなんとかなるんじゃないですか。
So arrival like around 7. I remember it being like very late at 7, like around 7:55. Then he went up to his room. I gave it some thought before answering. And then it was definitely before 9 when we found the body. Cobb's working on a very strict timetable.
手際が良ければそんなものかもしれない。
And we appear to have democratically decided that it would take about half an hour.
夕食後、そんな暇のあった人間がいるかね？
Part-time ago was the last person mentioned. You're right. When she was going up to ask for tea, she mentioned... She claimed... No, the specific series of events that happened was that she was asked to get tea, she asked if she wanted to talk to him, and Kobayashi said it was okay if she didn't ask him at all, because he seemed really unsociable and probably wouldn't have said yes anyway. And she was like, oh thank God I don't have to talk to that weirdo. Now what that means is anyone's guess.
篠崎君や敏夫君、私や京子は当然片付けやなんかの仕事があったし、君たちのほとんどはここにいたはずだ。外部の人間の仕業と考えるのが一番自然だろう。
It only makes sense to assume that Claire's an outsider if you ignore the fact that they would definitely not have lived long enough to commit the second crime. Toshio would have missing an action when the window shattered. That was why I'd begun to suspect him in the first place. But now that I really thought about it, he hadn't been gone long enough to hack a person to pieces. You gotta lug up these different tools, get the different materials, crack your way through the bone. Once you get through the skin, you're gonna have to wipe the fat off your instruments after every few strokes, or they'll all just get gummed up. Gotta get a bone saw that probably wouldn't be that good at cutting through flesh. It's a whole production. People don't give it the respect it deserves, honestly. Dinner had ended around 8 o'clock, if I remembered correctly. When I'd exited the dining room, Kaneko and the other two girls were raising a stink about that threatening note. Then the Kayamas had come downstairs and joined the girls and the Kobayashis. Mikimoto had arrived after dinner, around 8:30 or so. From that point on, everyone except Toshio had been here in the lounge until the incident occurred. That still gave him a narrower window in which he could have committed the crime. But I didn't dare say what I was thinking. Oh. I suddenly realized we'd been overlooking something obvious.
ちょっと待ってください。小林さんは今、中にいる人間には死体をバラバラにするような時間はなかったと言いましたよね。じゃあ、犯人は一体いつ犯行を行ったというんです。犯人は一体いつこのペンションの中に入り、いつ田中さんを殺したというんです。
いつだって、そんなこと知らんよ。
Kobayashi had a confused look on his face.
じゃあ時間は別として、どこから入ったというんです。窓なんかはちゃんと閉まってた。正規の入り口から入ってくれば、誰かの目に留まったでしょ。
Alright, children, let's test our brain power again. How did the culprit get in?
2階の窓を割って入ったんじゃないの？
Luka seemed surprised I'd even asked such an obvious question.
ガラスの割れる音が聞こえたのは死体を発見する直前ですよ。僕たちがあの部屋に踏み込むまでせいぜい15分くらいしかかかってません。
And here's the interesting bit.
いくらなんでもその間に死体をバラバラにするなんてできるわけがありません。
We're learning a lot about corpse logistics today, aren't we?
それもそうね。じゃあ入るときには割らずに入ったのかも。
The fake beard man faked his own attack by using blood from the victim who died earlier, and the reason he was late because he was killing that other guy. I don't think he could have faked the attack using someone else's blood. We know Kobayashi actually examined his wound pretty properly. Kobayashi said he's no doctor. I mean, he did say that, but I think you'd be able to tell the difference between someone who'd been actually hit in the head and someone who just dabbed a bit of blood on. that's definitely, like, that's not a mistake anybody who was in a position to make an investigation would make, regardless of their specialist knowledge.
割らずに
I wasn't quite sure what Kyoko was getting at.
ええ、あの人が窓を開けて中に入れたのかもしれないわ。田中さんが。
The victim had let his own killer inside. It was an implausible idea, to be sure, but not an impossible one. I mean, I'd argue it's not even that implausible either. I mean, a majority of people are killed by people who know them. That's just how it works. There was a good chance Tanaka and his killer had known one another, after all. And if he hadn't realized his life was in danger, Tanaka might very well have done what Kyoko was suggesting. If Tanaka had been sneaking someone in through his bedroom window, I thought, they might have been up to some shady business together. If that business had turned sour, everyone's face might have puckered up humorously. Like the phones.
それだといつ入ったんだとしてもおかしくないな。夕食後でも前でも食事を終えて戻ってきた田中さんを殺してバラバラにする時間は十分あったってことになるわけだ。
I will say these murders are all taking place awfully quietly. We didn't hear Tanaka screaming when he was murdered. We didn't hear Mikimoto screaming when he got clubbed, even though we did hear Kobayashi calling for us. Toshio sounded somewhat relieved. I wondered if he'd known he was the prime suspect.
そういえば
Toshio's eyes darted around the room as if he just remembered something.
みどりさんはどうしたんだ。
Mari brought a hand to her mouth. She quickly stood up.
言い忘れてたけど、みどりさん見当たらないの。死体の部屋にはちょっと入る気がしなくて、呼んでは見たんだけど、返事がないの。
We all looked at one another.
犯人が2階の窓から入ったんだとしたらまた同じようにする可能性はありますよね。ガラスはもう割れてるんだし。
My voice dropped to a whisper. Kobayashi seemed stunned by what I just suggested.
まさか篠崎かも。
そらちゃんと捜索した方がええで。あよせんとバラバラにされてしまいよるかもしれん。
And again. Kayama, as usual, didn't know when to shut up.
縁起でもないこと言わないでください。
I think Mikimoto lost consciousness instantly at least. No, that's impossible. He groaned. Does our logic, does our record go back that far? Man, this thing goes forever. Not that way. Good, lodge. Hurry, needs first aid. Yeah, let's get him inside already. Damn it, we had a bloodhound. He was still groaning when we found him. Mikimoto lay sprawled. Toshio was starting to pick up. What happened? So I don't think it wouldn't shatter my suspension of disbelief if he, like, didn't have the energy to give out a scream because he was, already suffering from brain damage, but he was definitely not flat unconscious. Or, he might have, blacked out for a second. And that would have explained it. Still, it's important to get all our ducks in a row.
でも本当早く見つけて一緒になるに越したことはないですよ。女の子たちもね。
No one seems to have seen the weapon either. True, and we were all carrying weapons at the time. Not sure what they were. Pretty sure Mikimoto himself had a mop handle last time we went out, but God knows he might have changed. Toshio urged everyone into action. And for once, I was in complete agreement. Since the game kind of implied he could have been hit from above, maybe someone could have thrown something at him from inside the lodge. I did specifically state the body was found directly beneath the broken window. Now that is unlikely due to the wind. I mean, depends on how heavy the thing was. Kobayashi considered this for a moment, then nodded. There's something very big, it could probably be seen on the ground. That's also a valid point.
よし。じゃあ、加山さん。
Then for all we know, the culprit just tied a length of rope to it, then rolled it back
一緒に荷体を
up.
揺らしていただけますか。
Just hand over hand, yanked it back up once it was done. And then the snow would have covered up whatever divot it landed in.
よっしゃ。
We grabbed our weapons just in case, then proceeded upstairs en masse. Since the stairs were narrow, however, this involved a lot of pushing and just, I hope I'm not annoying you too much with your theory, Doctor. Not at all. Like I've said, I am just talking for the sake of having something to say. I know who done it, and that's basically able to reverse engineer who from there. So your theorizing is the best, content addition we've gotten thus far. Plus, I mean, what's the point of even looking at a mystery game if you're not going to theorize? I mean, really. That is the point. Now, please, tell me every thought that passes through your head while we're here. We gathered around the door to Tanaka's room. Kobayashi stood front and center. As he started to turn the knob, the innkeeper paused a moment. Suppose he wasn't relishing another visit with the dead body.
この部屋は声をかけただけなんだね。
Kobayashi checked with Mari. She nodded. Kobayashi, seeming like he had little choice left, proceeded to open the door. Arctic air streamed from the room.
篠崎くん、いるのか?
The only reply was the roaring of the wind. His ski pole at the ready, Kobayashi peeked inside the bathroom. Shinozaki is Midori Shinozaki is the part-timer. His ski pole at the ready, Kobayashi peeked inside the bathroom. The rest of us watched from the doorway. Kobayashi took a timid glance near the corpse, then came right back to us.
やっぱりここにはいないようだ。
オーナー、ちょっと。
Toshio called out from the hallway.
なんだ?
ジェニーが。
It's Jenny. Did I say the corpse? This is Tanaka's room. This is Tanaka's corpse. That we expected that to be there. At least the kitty's still alive. Yes, that is the corpse we already knew about, not a new corpse. Specifically, to the broom closet we'd investigated earlier. Jenny the black cat was sitting in front of it, meowing. Meow. Meow. Kobayashi walked wordlessly down the hall. Jenny noticed him approaching. She started meowing even more insistently. Kobayashi grabbed the door handle, then hesitated.
どないしたんや。猫が泣いとるだけやないかい。そこはさっき。
Kayama groused from the sidelines. But no one was listening. Kobayashi opened the door. He was inside. Her battered body had been folded and jammed into the closet like a rag doll being stuffed inside a toy chest. Her eyes were wide, staring at us in fright. But they never once moved. Never once blinked.
Midori.
Toshio's voice was a ragged whisper. Kobayashi quickly grabbed Midori's wrist and checked for a pulse. Predictable enough. Then he turned to us and shook his head. Toshio's lips were trembling. Toshio started howling, driven mad by grief. He clung desperately to Midori's body as he sobbed out her name.
Midori! Midori!
She had been brutally beaten to death. Her head had been split open like a melon, and her long hair was all matted with blood. Mari grabbed my arm and dug her fingers painfully into my flesh. Tears of fear and grief filled her eyes. Her features were twisted with emotion. Toshio grabbed the mop handle that he'd brought upstairs with him and got to his feet. He started stalking in the hall, banging on doors and walls as he went. He was roaring so loudly I worried he might rupture a vocal cord.
Toshio-kun, yamerun.
Kobayashi tried to hold him back, but the frenzied Toshio... Hold on, I misclicked. Kobayashi tried to hold him back, but the frenzied Toshio just shook his employer off. Perhaps because of all the commotion, the door to the girls' room opened, and Kaneko peeked her head out. Kobayashi and the president were on the first floor most of the time, you're correct. Mari went upstairs for a moment, but I wondered if she could have done that quick enough. It's worth a thought. 3 girls, all 3 of them were up here. Let's see, I'm pretty sure Kama's wife was down here too. Kobayashi's wife. Probably watching each other, that's a thought. Pretty sure Kobayashi and his wife were together. Pretty sure Kayama and his wife were together. Mikimoto was up here suffering from his head injury. And I think that accounts for everybody other than ourselves, and I mean, we know where we were. When she saw Toshio raging his way down the hallway like a madman, she just as quickly closed the door again.
Midori.
Toshio suddenly stopped in the middle of the hallway, fell to his knees, and began to sob. Maybe she had an affair with Kobayashi, so the wife got revenge. That's the closest thing to a concrete motive we've gotten in the game. Both of the victims until now, Tanaka and Mikimoto, are people we don't just met. We hadn't been close to either of them. So on a certain level, we'd been able to keep ourselves out of remove from what had just happened. But Midori's different. Toshio and the Kobayashis both had a close working relationship with her. And judging from Toshio's reaction, his relationship with Midori might have gone far deeper than that. Tanaka's dismembered corpse had sown fear and anxiety in our little group. But Midori's death filled us all with grief. and rage. More than enough to eclipse our earlier dread.
マリ、
Muddy.
何？
女の子たちを説得して呼んできてくれ。僕は三木本さんの様子を見てくる。
Without waiting for a reply, I opened the door to Mikimoto's room. He was lying in bed, bandages wrapped around his head. His pallid face and closed eyes made it look like he was already dead.
三木本さん、
But he wasn't. Thank goodness. I am of the opinion we should keep ourselves to one body per event. Give us time to really digest what's happening. He must have been asleep, because when I called out his name, he groaned and opened his eyes.
みんな一緒の方が安全だと思うんです。できれば下に来ていただきたいんですが、歩けますか？
いて。
He was having a hard time getting up.
肩を貸しましょう。
ああ、すまない。
Mikimoto finally got out of bed and onto his own 2 feet.
なんとかいけそうだ。
He started hobbling towards the door. When I came back out of the room, everyone was standing there waiting for me. Now 3 girls were in the hallway as well.
談話室に、とりあえず。
I exchanged looks with each of them in turn. Kobayashi helped me maneuver Mikimoto to the stairs.
どうも。
Kobayashi glanced down at the other end of the hall.
彼らはしばらく放っておいてやってくれ。
Midori lying there on the floor. Toshio was on his knees beside her.
それでは皆さん、下へ。
Alright folks, who's ready for our fancy new corporate team building exercise? With that, everyone began shuffling down the stairs. Kobayashi, Mikimoto and I took the lead, followed by Mari, the 3 girls, Kayama's, then finally, Kyoko. We are slowly on our way to the first floor. About 5 minutes passed. Everyone was stone silent. Eventually, I saw Toshio coming down the stairs. He wasn't crying anymore, but his eyes were so red and puffy. Midori's lifeless head lolled against his shoulder. Toshio was carefully making his way down the stairs, carrying Midori on his back. We watched in silence. No one said a word. That is an extremely long staircase. No one offered to help. Seriously, aren't you at the bottom yet? No, it was more that we couldn't help. There was a shared understanding that Toshio needed to do this on his own. He made it to the bottom of the stairs, quietly passed us by, then disappeared down the hallway. Toshio was bringing Midori back to her room, I thought. The uncomfortable silence held, even after he'd left. He returned to the lounge sooner than I expected. There was now a steely determination in his eyes.
これで。
Okay. I cleared my throat and looked around the room.
これで全員がここに集まったことになります。
Everyone nodded.
これから以後、絶対に一人だけ離れたりすることのないようにしてください。 トイレに行ったりする時もできれば1階のトイレを使ってください。
Alright, please keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times until the end. Exits are on the far left. Toilets are on the far right. Here we go.
どうしても部屋に戻りたい時も2人以上で戻ることにしてほしいんです。
一体何があったんですか？
I imagine the killer will cut the lights at midnight. Remote light cutting devices are weirdly common in Mystery World. They should really crack down on that. Honestly, what practical purpose do they have anyway? Keiko sounded frightened and confused. Apparently she hadn't yet heard.
みどりさんはついさっき誰かに殴られて。
I couldn't finish the thought. My face must have said the rest, however, because all three girls gasped in unison. And Aki, as usual, began to cry. They huddled closer together, trying to put as much distance between themselves and the rest of the group as possible. Mikimoto's mouth hung open in shock.
一体どうして、まさか一人で外へ出たのか。
Right. He didn't know what was going on either.
いえ、中にいました。しかし
I wish they were individual characters. I mean, they kind of flirted with the idea of them being individuals, like when they first debuted. During the bit we skipped, they just kind of stopped as soon as the murder started taking place and there was no more room for fun, air quotes, character gimmicks.
私たちやっぱり部屋に戻りたい。ここにいたくない。
Kaneko started screaming hysterically.
ダメです。一緒にいることが必要なんです。
どうして？私たちは関係ないわ。ほっといてよ。
They probably thought it would be safer for the three of them to be in a locked room together.
そういうわけにはいきません。こういうことは言いたくありませんが、仕方ありませんね。
Free will is a lie, my child.
さっきみどりさんが殺されたと思われる時間、2階にいたのは三木本さんとあなたたちだけだったんですよ。
どういう意味？
Kaneko gave me a shocked look.
つまりあなたたちがみどりさんを殺した可能性もあるということです。
Mikimoto and the girls weren't the only ones who looked shocked.
何言ってるのトール。女の子にみどりさんを殺すなんてことできると思うの？
Mari's withering tone bit deep. But I didn't relent.
一人でだと難しいかもしれない。他の二人に気づかれる心配もあるしね。でも3人一緒なら。
Everyone stared at the trio in disbelief. If ever there was a case, I would yell, "Hey, same brain cell! Same brain cell!"
冗談じゃないわ。どうして私たちが。ひどい。
Honestly, this face seems less scandalized or horrified and more mildly discontented. Like she's upset someone took her snack bag that she had at the beginning away. I hurried to explain myself to the indignant Keiko.
ちょっと待ってください。そういう可能性もあると言ってるだけです。さっきも言ったように三木本さんにもみどりさん殺害の機会はあったわけです。
Mikimoto looked exhausted.
僕は君が入ってくるまで鎮静剤で眠ってたんだよ。おまけにまだ頭がガンガンして歩くのもままならないってのに。
I looked at him.
それは全部演技かもしれません。反論はしないでください。僕が言いたいのは、これ以上犠牲者を出さないためには全員一緒にいるべきだということだけです。 僕たちの中に犯人がいるのかもしれない。ペンションのどこかに隠れてるのかもしれない。吹雪の中でこちらの様子を伺ってるのかもしれない。
Look at them, watching us. I rattled off all the possibilities I could think of. I wonder who was Toru's voice actor. It sounds familiar. Sometimes when he raises his voice, he kind of starts sounding like Camille Baden from Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, but I'm pretty sure that's not him. Hold on, let me check actually. Toru is voiced by Ryota Osaka. Vaguely, that name's vaguely familiar. What else has he been in? Ryota Osaka played Jaja from Sword Art Online, Marco from Attack on Titan. Mark the Nazi from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Quite a few Otama games. Yeah, that is where you'd recognize this from. Hold on, actually, let me check. I'm curious. What's his niche, I wonder? Alright, Osaka-san. Voice actor. Osaka. Ryota. Who have you played? I don't know his Grand Blue role, alright. Yep, first name listed on his credits page in VNDB. Let's see, appears to have made his VN debut in... Alright, hold on. A side character in... Side character in a few Galaga. That's not what I'm looking for, game. Love, Digital... Princess Closet. Now there's another game title. If ever I've heard one. Nothing enough of his Grand Blue rolls. Fashion. Man, none of these titles have any character traits on them. Come on, I wanna make jokes about Otama games, goddammit.
いずれにしても全員一緒にいれば犯人は手出しができない。少なくとも手を出しにくいはずです。
Let's get back to crime solving. That seems more important. The room fell silent. Everyone started exchanging glances, trying to suss out one another's true intentions. I didn't think I'd said anything too outrageous. But my words had appeared to spark a vicious cycle of suspicion. I let my mouth get away from me? I mean, how possible was it that Mikimoto or the girls had actually killed Midori? I couldn't rule it out, that much was for sure. We'd all been in the lounge together when we heard the window shutter, so neither Mikimoto nor the girls would have had a chance to kill Tanaka. And even if they'd managed it somehow, they still wouldn't have had enough time to dismember his body. So it seems safe to assume that none of them had murdered Tanaka. But just because they didn't kill Tanaka didn't mean they couldn't have murdered Midori. At first blush, none of these relative strangers would seem to have a motive for killing her. Unless... Alright, Neuron's touch. What did you figure out, Toru? I recalled Kobayashi's words.
小林さん、緑さんは田中さんの部屋を見たいと言ってたんですよね。正確に何と言ってたか思い出せますか？
Kobayashi blinked. It took him a moment to realize I was speaking to him.
確か ちょっと気になることがあるから。いや、違うな。こうだ。ちょっと思いついたことがあるから田中さんの部屋を調べたいの。確かそう言ってた。
Oh, you fool. Why would you do something like that alone? Have you never read a mystery novel before in your entire life? You clown. You absolute buffoon. Should have thought of something. But what? I need to recheck Mr. Tanaka's room. Obviously, it must have been related to the crime somehow. Maybe he'd had a sudden flash of insight and figured out who the killer was. Then he'd either confronted that person or they discovered her investigating the crime scene. Either way, she'd been murdered as a result. It seemed the most logical conclusion. Which wasn't to say there weren't other explanations. But again, Kobayashi's still not finished. Maybe Kobayashi would follow her to her room. That's a possibility. I wonder if he would have told us that if that were the case. Which isn't to say there weren't other options. For example, maybe Toshio and the Kobayashis, who knew Midori better than anyone, might have secretly hated her. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility. But for now, it seems safe to assume that Midori had been killed by Tanaka's murderer to keep her quiet. And everyone here, Toshio was the only one who could possibly have murdered Tanaka. But he couldn't have killed Midori. The only ones who could have killed her and Mikimoto were the girls. But they couldn't have murdered Tanaka. The pieces just don't fit together. Mari asked me anxiously.
ああ、いや、事件を整理してたんだけど。
それで
余計に頭が混乱してきたよ。何が何だかわからない。
Nothing about this makes sense anymore.
わからないことなんか何もないでしょ。犯人は私たち以外の誰かなのよ。凶悪な人殺しがこの近くをうろうろしてるの。私たちが考えるべきことは、どうやって自分たちの身をそいつから守るかよ。
Kyoko and Haruko nodded in agreement.
そうよ。
The typically tight-lipped Haruko chimed in.
お互い疑い合ったりしても、いいことなんか何にもないわ。今は、みんな信じ合わなくっちゃ。
Right now, what we need more than anything is trust. I mean, sure, one of us is definitely the murderer, but you know, nobody's perfect. Kayama immediately took umbrage with his wife's words.
アルコ、そんな綺麗事だけではあかん。オルグンの言う通りや。どんな可能性でも考えといた方がええ。せやなかったら朝まで生き残れへんかもしれへんやで。
It would in fact be bad if we all died. I can't argue with that as far as it goes.
でも、あなた。
でももゲバもあらへん。こういう時は女は黙って男の言うこと聞き取ったらええんや。
And why did Kayama always browbeat his wife into silence like this? Why was he putting on a tough husband act right now for our benefit?
僕だって親しい人、そんなに親しいわけでもない人の方が多いけど、皆さんを人殺しだなんて思いたくはありません。
Is there anybody here we'd really happy to see exposed as a murderer?
でもこのペンションはそんなに大きな建物ではありませんし。
Honestly, if I'm being honest, it's kind of a dump. I looked over Kobayashi to make sure he wasn't offended. But either he hadn't noticed or didn't care.
つまり人の目が全く届かなくなってしまう、そんな視覚ができるような巨大なホテルではないという意味ですが、それに戸締まりだってきちんとしていました。そんなところへたとえプロの泥棒だとしても誰にも気づかれずに自由に出入りできるものでしょうか。
Culprit can't be an outsider. Genre convention won't allow it.
正直言って僕にはどちらを信じたらいいのか分かりません。神出鬼没の殺人鬼がペンションのどこかにいるのか、それとも一見虫も殺さないように見える人が実は人殺しなのか、僕には分かりません。
Cat, of course. No matter how deep we search, it all comes back to the cat. Telling you, she's the most suspicious person here, good old Jenny. I shook my head helplessly.
まるで自分だけは関係ないっていう口ぶりだな。
Toshio hurled the words at me.
どういう意味ですか？
And here comes the other foot dropping.
その通りの意味さ。君だって容疑者の一人だってことさ。
He doesn't know we're
で
the
も僕は
protagonist,
夕
Chad.
食後は一度も2階には上がってないんで
You
す。
have to let him
田中さんを
have.
殺せるわけがないじゃないですか。みどりさんにしたってそうです。
俺はこの目で見たわけじゃないからな。君がそう言ってるだけかもしれん。ガールフレンドが証言したってダメだぜ。そんなのは当てにならないからな。
そんなら僕も言わせてもらいますけどね、敏夫さん。
I was starting to get pissed.
三木本さんを襲ったのはあなたじゃないんですか？三木本さんは犯人を見てない。つまり三木本さんの後ろにいたはずのあなたが一番怪しいんじゃないですか？
そんなことあるもんか。オーナーの方が俺より先に三木本さんの倒れてるところにたどり着いてたんだぜ。そうでしたよね、オーナー。
あ、うん、そうだったかな。
Kobayashi's answered uncertainly. He had a troubled look on his face. This was all coming as news to me. When I'd first arrived on the scene, Toshio had been the one trying to help Mikimoto up. So I just assumed Kobayashi had gotten there after him. But in light of this statement, wasn't Kobayashi now a suspect as well? Mikimoto looked back and forth between the two men, his eyes burning with suspicion. Joko cried out, then broke down sobbing.
これ以上傷つけ合うのはやめて。
Remorse flashed across Kobayashi and Toshio's faces. I was sure my own looked much the same. The cuckoo clock chimed. Also, Mari's still here, she's not dead. She just doesn't talk much sometimes, I guess. It was already 11:30 somehow. And the blizzard outside showed no signs of slowing.
じゃあニュース見るのを忘れとった。
Kayama gave an abrupt shout.
あなた、こんな時に何も。
天気予報かて見れるやないかい。それに気分も変えた方がいい。
He had a good point there. Without waiting for anyone to reply, Kayama grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. As he flipped through the channels, we could see they were all previewing the top news stories of the day.
全国的に降り続いている大雪で各地で交通事故、雪崩などの被害が続出していますが、今のところ死者は出ていない模様です。
Crypto's taking forever to give me points, so I can't make the doctor stretch again. Well, then you're just gonna have to live with my banana spine. How tragic for you. Almost as sad as what happened to Midori. No deaths. On hearing those words, we all looked up to the second floor.
かねてより金権体質が問われている業界でまた新たな疑惑が持ち上がりました。さて、最初にお届けするのは逃走中の銀行強盗のニュースです。昨日、白昼堂々、三友銀行新宿支店を襲い、現金約2億円余りを強奪した犯人の行方は依然つかめておりません。目撃者の証言によれば、犯人は身長165センチ前後、痩せ型の男だということです。逃走用に使ったと思われる黒の空母、警察は各所に検問を設けて捜索を続けています。
Come to think of it, I'd heard about that robbery on the radio while we were driving here. But once we'd arrived, I hadn't even glanced at a newspaper or TV. I didn't know the guy was still on the loose.
そんなもん一日も経っとったら検問しいたってしゃあないがな。今頃は東南アジアがどっかに高飛びしとるわい。
Maybe it is Mikimoto. Mikimoto is north of 6 foot, though. Yeah, the suspect is a slim man, approximately 5'5". Mikimoto is north of 6 feet and is built like a muscle-bound mountain man. So he can't be the guy they were talking about on the news. Kayama sniffed disdainfully. Maybe his grandstanding was an act to take our mind off things, I thought. So I decided to play along.
現金2億円持って飛行機は乗らないでしょ。
I thought Toshi was the 6'1". But they're both very, very tough and large and muscly. There's a lot of sportsmen in this round of crimes. Even if Mikimoto isn't like muscle, like 6 foot, even if I'm wrong about that, he still seems a bit too buff if you ask me.
そらわからんで。2億円なんか大してかさばるもんやない。診察やったらスーツケースに十分入るやろ。
でも
Mari joined in our conversation.
持っていけたって海外じゃ使えないでしょ。銀行に行ったりしたら番号ですぐバレるだろうし。
そら素人の考えや。今円はごっつ強いんやで。ドルなんかより喜ばれる国かてある。闇で交換してくれる連中がどんでもおるもんなんや。
俺だったら
Toshio joined in as well. Looked like I was right. People needed a distraction.
俺だったら日本にいたいね。そもそも日本から脱出するんなら物価の安い国に行ってのんびり暮らすと思わないか。日本に居続けようと思うから金がいるんじゃないか。しばらく田舎町でほとぼりが冷めるのを待つね。
That sounded reasonable to me, but Kayama just shook his head.
あかんあかん。田舎町は人の出入りがすぐわかる。外国人がやんねやったら都会の方がええ。
でも犯行現場の近くにいたくないのは人情でしょ。
そこをぐっとこらえんからみんな捕まりよるんや。だいたい犯罪者は根性なしが多いからな。
And besides that, Kayama knows a fair bit about knowing your way around doing a crime. Good line read me to the no notes. Wait. Was Kayama suggesting he'd prefer it if criminals had more guts?
観光地だったらよそ者もたくさん出入りするわよね。
Mari offered her own theory.
繁盛しとるところやったらな、シーズン中のスキー場とか。
Everyone in the room blanched at Kayama's words.
あ、みんなどないしたんや、変な顔して。
Wait a minute. I'm a ski lodge in the middle of winter.
もしかしたら、いや、考えすぎですかね。
I started second guessing myself.
何がや。
いえ、いいです。
言いかけたことは最後まで言わんと気持ち悪いやないか。
Finish your goddamn sentences, Toru. I looked around at everyone else. I could tell by their faces that at least some of them were thinking the same thing as me.
じゃあ言いますけど、笑わないでくださいよ。あの殺された田中さんって人、逃走中の銀行強盗だったりして。
Hey, same brain cell again. Nobody laughed. I mentally prepared myself, then asked Kobayashi a question.
田中さんの身長、どのくらいでした？
Kobayashi thought for a moment before answering.
結構高かったよ。175以上はあったと思うな。
He was 5'9"? That didn't fit. The news said the bank robber was around 5'5". It was too big a difference.
でも確かにまともじゃない雰囲気はあったよな。でかいスキー用のバッグは持ってたけど、なんかスキーしに来たって感じには見えなかったし。
Stock is a pretty generic name, could be a fake name. You mean the guy who was wearing his sunglasses indoors the whole time might have been trying to hide his identity? No, I don't believe it.
ちょっと待って。
Mari held up her hand.
普通銀行強盗するときって最低でも運転手は必要なんじゃないの？だったら田中は運転手の方だったんじゃないかしら。仲間割れして共犯者に殺された。
うん、それならあり得る。ってことは犯人は165センチくらいの痩せ型の男ってことか。
We all looked at one another appraisingly. Kayama was too fat. Mikimoto and Toshio were both too tall. The closest match was Kobayashi. He was around 5'5" and skinny. Kobayashi gave an awkward smile as he realized everyone's eyes were on him.
おいおい、冗談はそれくらいにしてくれよ。たまたまニュースをやってたからって、それをそのままこの事件と結びつけようだなんて、いくらなんでも無茶だろう。
Is that a fact?
そらそうや。それに小林くんが東京の銀行を襲えるわけがあらへん。毎日ここで仕事があるんやさかい。
See, they don't know fictional characters, so they don't know their stories have to obey certain genres. It would be funny for Toru to point that out just for him to be the only one who's 5'5". Yeah. The fixed-rate school of detective work. You say a bunch of stuff, then only after you're finished do you realize it makes you look worse. What Kayama said made sense. There was no way it could have been Kobayashi. In fact, this whole theory that our killer was a bank robber was half-baked to begin with. The only reason I'd mentioned it at all was because Kayama had begged me to. It hadn't been something I'd really taken seriously. But then Mari spoke up.
でも考える方向性は合ってたんじゃないかしら。
というと？
So I said like the same, yeah.
あの田中さんって人はどう見てもスキーしに来たって感じじゃなかったわ。 人目を避けてる様子もあったし、こんなところに来たのには何か後ろ暗い理由があったに違いないわ。
Ever since we found his body, I'd been thinking the same thing. The condition of his corpse was just too bizarre. That's why I wanted to believe the circumstances surrounding his death were equally bizarre. Neither the killer nor the victim were regular people like us. No, the deceased had to be someone who traveled the seedy back alleys of society. I had a desperate need to believe that. I mean, what person in their right mind would want to hack a corpse into pieces like that? Me? I was incredibly squeamish. I was the sort of guy who would look away from the TV if I saw someone getting so much as an injection. I could never bring myself to do something like that to a dead body, not for any amount of money. Not for any reason at all. Huh? Something suddenly occurred to me. Was there a specific reason the killer had to dismember Tanaka's body? Maybe it was... Why was the victim's body hacked up into pieces? Or even working to conceal the victim's identity? Hacking up the body wouldn't really... because everything was covering his face, but yeah, but we could have just brushed it off to the side. I mean, it's not like they mutilated the face itself, like... a strong gust of knocking that foot out of the way and we would have seen everything. And, you know, the window was broken, so a strong gust of wind was a very real possibility. If he'd been, like, stabbed multiple times or something, that would have made sense for it to be a grudge. But he wasn't stabbed, he was meticulously taken apart using saws and blades. It would have taken a lot of effort. So you know what I think it is? So he'd be transported somewhere? This would normally make the most sense. However, since Tanaka was killed in the same room where he was found, that probably didn't apply to him. But something about that bothered me. Questions swirled through my brain. I was skirting around the edges of something here, but what? Answers kept slipping through my grasp. Scratched my head in frustration. They do not Suki do Suki anymore. The waterworks were starting up again. This time it was all three of the girls. The tears intensified into full-on sobbing. Kyoko started to walk unsteadily away from the lounge.
どこへ行くんだ?
Kobayashi sounded surprised.
何か落ち着くようなものでも。ココアか何か飲めば。
Exactly what we need under the circumstances. Booze!
嫌よ。人殺しかもしれない人の入れたものなんて飲めるわけないじゃない。
Aki's voice had grown hoarse from all her crying. If Kyoko was stung by this accusation, however, she didn't let it show.
奥さんが犯人のわけないじゃないですか。それにもしたとえそうだったとしても、今までも散々飲み食いしてきたんですよ。全員を殺す気だったら、とっくにもうみんな死んでますよ。
If she was gonna start killing people, there'd be none of you left. Can't even look like that too. I used my most soothing tones, trying to calm everyone down.
それはそうや。ポール君の言うことが筋が通っとる。
そうですよ。奥さんがそんな犯人だなんて。
Both the Kayamas backed me up.
わかりました。
Aki reluctantly agreed with me.
じゃあ、私が一緒に行きます。
Mari stood up.
運動神経はいい方だから、誰か襲ってきたら一緒に撃退してやるわ。
I don't even know which one of them is Aki. Aki is the one with the glasses. And the jaunty little beret. Made sense now to let Kyoko wander off alone, but still, I was a little worried.
何か妙なことがあったら大声で呼ぶんだぞ。
Mari nodded and offered me a half-hearted smile.
馬に乗って助けに来てね。白い馬で。
No one laughed, but I felt the tension in the room ease just a bit. Still, there was an uneasy silence as Kyoko and Mari headed off to the kitchen together.
これから朝までこうしてるしかないのかな。
Toshio said this to no one in particular. I nodded.
それが一番でしょう。もし犯人が僕たちの中の誰かでないとしたら、マジシャンみたいに神出鬼没なやつです。
Sort of magician under the moonlight. Gonna be midnight soon. Yep. The clock's ticking.
誰にも気づかれず、自由に建物や部屋を出入りできる。たとえ一人で部屋にこもってしっかり鍵をかけたとしたって、安心して眠れますか？
It is weird that the culprit left a message that didn't point towards the first victim, though.
確かに安心なんかできないさ。でも考えてみろよ。もし犯人が誰にしろ、俺たち全員を殺すつもりだったら、こんなまどろっこしい方法を取ると思うか？俺だったら、まだみんな警戒してないうちにもっとたくさん殺しておくね。
She was right, that did seem strange. I mean, I don't know, what's the highest number of people a culprit can kill in like a single incident before just the sheer number of people struggling overpowers them? Like, I can't imagine it being any higher than 2 if I want to get out without any defensive wounds.
こういうことも考えられるよね。
Mikimoto held his head, seeming pained by the effort of talking.
残った人間に恐怖を味わわせるのが目的だと。
恐怖を味わわせるのが目的？
I wasn't sure what he was getting at.
つまり犯人は僕たち全員、あるいはこの中の誰かに相当な恨みを抱いていて、ただ殺すだけじゃ飽き足らない。
Not everything was done by the same person. Maybe. I'd find that a much less satisfying answer considering how basically none of the tricks other than that first body with Tanaka and the series of alibis has really had that much, like, interest to it. But I can't prove it didn't happen.
だから猫がネズミをいたぶるみたいにして怯えさせた後で最後に殺す。そういうつもりじゃないかってことさ。
Oh, like the solution to that weird video game adaptation of And Then There Were None. It was really weird. I should put that on my 2-stream list sometime. It's a certainly unique title. Terrorize us, then kill us. If that were true, how deep must the killer's hatred run? Were there any of the people here capable of holding such a grudge?
その恨まれている人以外は関係ないんでしょうか？
There was a look of desperation in Keiko's eyes.
どうだろうね。僕は頭を殴られたわけだけど、 不思議と殺意は感じなかったな。
It didn't feel like the person was trying to kill me. I always meant to read that and then there were none, but I haven't done it yet. Honestly? Really, truly, honestly, sincerely? I don't think you're missing that much. Like, I know that's the most blasphemous thing a mystery fan could say, but it's just a thoroughly mediocre story. Barely even a mystery, it's basically a very underdeveloped, like, slasher movie in prose format. Like, you get bodies, but you don't really get clues or tricks, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, Mikimoto's brain damage is starting to let up.
とどめをさせなかっただけかもしれないけど、無関係な人間を殺すつもりはないのかもしれないよ。
This here is very interesting.
ふざけたこと言うな。緑は彼女は一体どうなるんだ。犯人はすでに無関係の人間を殺してるんだ。
Toshio exploded with anger.
無関係かどうか、どうしてわかるんだい？
Mikimoto asked this quietly. Toshio's face immediately turned crimson, and he started shouting even louder.
どういう意味だ？彼女は、緑は。
He was apoplectic with rage. I noted this last playthrough, but apoplectic is a word you don't see used enough in casual conversation. It's very fun to say. Apoplectic.
申し訳ない。別に彼女を悪く言うつもりじゃなかったんだ。ただ、いろいろ考え合わせると、犯人はどうしても殺さざるを得ない時だけ殺してるような気がしたものだから。
Second time I've seen that word to be like in your entire life?
あいつに。
'Cause that's wild.
緑に殺されなきゃいけない。どんな理由があったって言うんだ。
As Mikimoto explained himself, Toshio's anger gave way to sadness. Tears were once again streaming down his cheeks. Even Haruko and the girls had tears welling up in their eyes, though I couldn't tell if it was from sympathy or fear. Had Toshio really been in love with Midori? I hadn't known the two of them well enough to say for sure. It was possible this was all just an act. Maybe he'd murdered Midori in cold blood, and now he was only pretending to love her to avoid suspicion. I hated myself for even thinking such a thing. Why? Why'd I have to doubt everyone like this? I couldn't even find sympathy for someone who was grieving the loss of a loved one. Yeah, the mystery brain poisoning is real. It was because we still didn't know the killer's identity. Were they a stranger? Or one of us? If we couldn't figure that out, we were dead in the water. That reminded me. Something Mikimoto said earlier was still nagging at me.
犯人はどうしても殺さざるを得ない時だけ殺してるような気がしたものだから。
The criminal only killed Midori because they had to. I'd been wondering about that same thing. Why had Midori been killed? Had she seen something? Stumbled across the killer somewhere? It was clear what I had to do next. I needed to search every last inch of Tanaka's room. Midori had said she planned to do the very same thing, and then she'd turned up dead. Obviously doing the exact same thing can only work out well for us. There had to be a clue somewhere inside. I needed to take a closer look at that room. By myself, ideally. But now that I'd said no one should be left alone, I'd lost my opportunity. I knew it was dangerous to go to Tanaka's room by myself, of course. But it'd be even more dangerous to go there with someone who might be the killer. So, whom should I pick? I landed on the answer almost immediately. Mari. If I searched the room with Mari, I'd have nothing to fear. Before long, Mari and Kyoko returned from the kitchen, carrying a tray filled with steaming mugs.
お待ちどうさま。
Mari did her best to sound bright and cheerful. It was strange to think that just a short while ago, Midori would have been the one filling this role. She'd been so full of life only a moment ago. And now, she lay dead and cold. Is Mari about to get killed just so we have no one to trust? I mean, how could they have gotten to her, really? She seems to be the only person here competent enough to never go alone. In short order, mugs of cocoa were handed out to everyone in the lounge. The girls held back, waiting for the others to drink before taking cautious sips from their own mugs. Alright, you schmugs, you want to get your hot cocoa in here or not? The sweet warmth of the cocoa seemed to have a calming effect on our little group. My mental and physical exhaustion just seemed to melt away. After a short break, during which tempers seemed to cool, I got Mari's attention.
今からちょっと僕についてきてくれないか。
どこへ？
Since everyone is going to have a nice cocoa time, I'll BRB shortly. Okay, come back soon.
田中さんの部屋を調べようと思うんだ。
We need to investigate the scene of the crime. We haven't gotten around to doing that. Everyone turned to look at me.
何のために調べるんだね?
Kobayashi seemed concerned.
みどりさんは殺される前、あの部屋に行こうとしてた。そうでしたね。
そうだが、それが一体。
What does wanting to go to that room have to do with wanting to go to that room?
彼女は多分何か事件の真相について調べようとしたのに違いありません。そしてあまりに真相に近づきすぎたために殺された。だったら僕たちがするべきことはあの部屋を徹底的に調べることだと思うんです。
それを君が？
Yes, I'm the protagonist. I have the rights. Toshio interrupted, his eyes narrowing.
君が犯人で証拠を隠滅しないという保証がどこにある？
I'll be your best friend.
それは。
ないだろう。
でも一人で入るつもりはありません。マリと一緒ですから。
だから彼女が君と共犯じゃないという保証もないわけだ。
じゃあ3人で行きましょう。それなら文句はないでしょう。もう一人敏夫さんが選んでください。
God, my bit rate is absolutely tanking. Sorry about this, folks.
俺じゃダメなのか？
Toshio raised his eyebrows at me. If he was really the killer, this would give him a chance to destroy any evidence of his crime. Given that risk, wouldn't it make more sense for me to choose someone else? But I couldn't just refuse him outright either. If I said no, it wasn't like he'd let me go alone with Mari. And anyway, even if I ended up choosing someone else, that person might turn out to be the killer. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back. And I noticed the same risk of vital evidence being destroyed. By the time I replied to him, my thoughts were a tangled mess. Alright, so Toshio wants to come with us to make sure we don't destroy evidence while we are investigating Tanaka's death scene. Given that we are all in agreement that Toshio is best boy and our boyfriend, and an obvious red herring who's definitely not the real culprit, I feel like it's fairly obvious that we should let him come ourselves, instead of nominating someone else. So, let's head on up.
構いません。トシオさん、行きましょう。
I had completely abandoned my suspicions about Toshio, but that heartbroken look on his face when we found Midori's body, that couldn't have been a lie, could it? That's what I hoped anyway. No one else had any objections to the three of us going up to the room together.
行きましょうか。
We finished the last of our cocoa and stood up.
警察の捜査の支障になるようなことはするんじゃないぞ。
Kobayashi gave us some parting words of caution. I'd do my best, of course. But since I didn't know what we were looking for yet, I couldn't make any promises. I nodded anyway, and the three of us went upstairs. As I stood at the front of Shinaka's room, I noticed that my feet felt chilly. Cold air was streaming out from under the door.
一体何を調べるつもりなんだ？
You know who they should have told not to touch anything? The murderer. If only we'd been able to stop them, none of this would have happened. Toshio wanted answers. I had none to give him, however, so I just opened the door without saying a word. Snowflakes were whirling madly about the room. It was like stepping inside a meat locker. Snow now covered more than half the bed nearest the window.
寒い。こんな格好じゃ5分といられないわ。
I shivered with every syllable.
とりあえずバスルームを調べよう。
We ran towards it as if the devil were at our heels. The three of us couldn't all fit inside at the same time, so we left the door open for now. Just your standard bathroom, maybe slightly wider than average. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first glance. So Alright, what do we want to check? You know what I noticed? Even though there was that big pile of body parts over in the corner, there wasn't any real blood aside from on the body itself, nothing on the floor beneath it. You know what that means? It means the body took place somewhere else, or the dismembering rather took place somewhere else, the dismembering of the body, if you will. There we go, that's it. So, you know where you take bodies to be dismembered? The tub. I decided to check if the bathtub had been used. But the tub showed no signs of use whatsoever. Not even a single wet spot. Interesting. I looked under the sink, and inside the cabinet, the Western-style toilet. But there was nothing there, of course. The person was killed first, then dismembered at a later date. I mean, what, as opposed to the other way around? I don't think that really works out logistically. Looking up at a small squared-off seam in the ceiling. Try saying that 5 times fast. There was probably a crawl space above us.
マリ、肩車するから、そこの中覗いてくれないか。
いいけど大丈夫なの？私結構重いわよ。
70キロくらい。
失礼ね。そんなにあるわけないでしょ。
なら大丈夫だって。 一応男なんだぜ。
I crouched down and let Mari straddle my shoulders. Yeah, shame she wasn't wearing a skirt, but at least I could still feel the softness of her thighs through her jeans. Yeah, the salt of the earth, Dora.
エッチなこと考えてないでしょうね。
考えてない。
I kept denying it as I stood up. Oh, she was way heavier than I thought she'd be. Not that I tell her that, of course. Mari slid the square cutout aside and stuck her head into the crawl space.
何か見える？
何にもない。何にも。
Okay, there's nothing up here now. Then that does mean there could have been something here that was removed. And maybe someone. Crawl spaces are meant to be crawled in, after all. We'd keep up empty, but at least we were able to cross the bathroom off our list.
おい、凍えちまうよ。早くしてくれ。
Tasha shouted for us from outside the bathroom. I put Mari down and we hurried back through the door. Next was the closet. I'd looked earlier to make sure there was no one hiding in there, but I hadn't checked the luggage, or any of the clothes. I slid the curtain over, and the three of us peered inside. There was a single grey coat hanging there. On the floor beneath it, there was a large wheeled bag, the kind meant for ski gear. I crouched down and pulled it towards us. There was nothing inside. I searched all the compartments and the side pockets, but I couldn't find so much as a scrap of paper.
犯人が盗んだのね。
I answered. Okay. Okay, teachable moment time. Chat. Can anyone tell me what is wrong with this picture? We found the bag here. It was empty. How can we figure the contents were not stolen?
犯人が盗んだんじゃないよ。
My voice was assured. Do you know the problem? It's because the bag itself is still here. If the culprit was going to steal the contents of the bag, that would have meant they either took out whatever was inside and open carried it, or brought a different bag for the specific purpose of transferring stuff out of a bag into a different bag. Neither of these options make sense. And it would have required someone present here to have a separate bag or to have been seen carrying this stuff. None of that has happened. An idea was beginning to form in my mind.
談話室に戻ろう。
Let's head back down to the lounge. I left the room, without waiting for a reply. I addressed myself to everyone gathered there in the lounge. Oh. What an interesting story. So does that mean there was never something in the bag? That person wasn't a bank robber? We're supposed to know something already? I mean, I think the fact that the bag was empty is significantly more suspicious than just the possibility that he wasn't a bank robber. But you know what? We've been going for 4.5 hours. I think I'm going to tease you a bit and leave you off here. We are evidently meant to know something already. So, feel free to chew this over while you think. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to. I have not eaten since... I have not eaten any solid food in 7 hours. Please, I need this. But whatever the case, I've already decided who we're going to raid today. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to be reading Angel Online VTuber, who is playing Mario Party. Please treat Angel with all the respect and dignity you've treated me with while we were out. I hope you all have a nice rest of your day or a nice sleep if it's late for you. And I will see all of you in the future. Goodbye.